Floppy! Hello, hello, hello. Sorry. I was making a few mental notes before we got into this. Hello, everybody! Hold on, we're gonna flash this over to the screen. What it do? Today's was a very big day. Today was a very big day. Keynote and a live letter. I'm sure that music is louder than me. Tell it to fuck off. Okay, how about now? Hold on, I'm gonna shut up for a second. The reason the music is louder than me is because the fucking sound from the live letter this morning kept going quiet and then loud and then quiet and then loud and then quiet and then loud. I had to keep fucking changing it. I forgot to change it back when shit was over. And now that's what happened. That's my story and I'm sticking to it. But also, hi Floppy, hi Alt. Hello. Bonjour. Salut. You have to justify yourself. Oh god. So, today was a day, guys. We learned a lot. Okay, actually, I'm gonna say it this way. We didn't learn like tons and tons, I will say. I think this was a very average EU Fanfest. I think Mr. Happy said it best. EU Fanfest suffers a lot from middle child syndrome of reiterating a lot of NA stuff, but not having the like hype reveals that JP will have the closer we get. And I think it continues to suffer from that, but that does not mean it was not good. Yeah, a lot of retreading. But for those of us who have seen Fanfest before, that's not new. That is sadly just the treatment that EU Fanfest gets. Not out of malice, they are literally the middle child here. It's literally the like, already told you a bunch at NA, but can't tell you a lot because we want to save it for JP. Middle child of, here's a little bit of information, but not like a shit ton. You know what I mean? So, but we still did get some really cool shit, I think. And they had more visuals and in-game stuff to show today than I honestly thought we were going to get. I was really expecting just a lot of artwork and maybe a still preview, but having like actual in-game panorams of some of the areas was really, really nice. Obviously we got the extended teaser trailer, which a lot of people were thinking that because the timing of everything is a bit different this time around with Evercold, a lot of people were thinking that we were going to get like the full trailer this time around, and I was like, no, they're not gonna do that. They would absolutely say that for JP. Like, you are absolutely fooling yourselves if you think we're getting anything more than the extended teaser. It's literally what they do every single time. But we got the extended teaser trailer. We got the reveal of the new tank job. We have some predictions for the Fizz ranged. We got a good look at what I'm assuming is going to be our new main hub city. I don't think they would have shown us as much of it if it was not going to be. The main one of the 5, or at least the starting. It will at least be the starting of the 5, I believe. Which is why we've seen so much of it. There were a couple of things within the different trailers that I really want to talk about. Of course, I have not actually seen the live letter portion, so we will watch that together, but I do want to start by going over the keynote stuff first. I actually have not seen that much from the live letter itself. People have been, obviously, for obvious reasons, mostly talking about the keynote. But I do think that it is important that we still watch the live letter and know what's coming sooner rather than later. Aha! Hi, Ollie! It's the first one, not the main one? Yeah. I didn't watch the keynote yet, but did watch the dev panel on Beastmaster. It's in it backwards, apparently. Yeah, so the thing about the live letter is I'm pretty sure it's gonna be just like a massive Beastmaster info dump with a little bit of the other stuff that is also coming in 7.56. But I'm okay with that. Because it's also, Mr. Ozma himself was there, wasn't he? Talking about the content. But yeah, we will go ahead. I want to start by watching the, extended teaser trailer. I'm gonna go ahead and tell you... Ollie, I know that you're still at the end of Heaven's Word, but this is safe for you to watch because it literally doesn't contain spoilers for anything. None of this will make sense to you, so don't be concerned about needing to run away. Oh, man. Okay. Let me... We go again. We do go again, Dave. I've slept. I slept and I ate food. And I actually, can I tell you guys real quick before I start this? I just want to say I ordered a sub sandwich. But I did one of those things where I did like a reorder of an order I had previously done. And I forgot that I had them put lettuce on that sub. I've recently been doing a lot more spinach because I've been scared of the lettuce. And so I had to eat that sandwich. So if I suddenly get really sick, just know the diarrhea lettuce got me. But it was like, I paid money for this. I'm not gonna like there's mayo on the sub, so I can't just pull it off. Cause it's all like the shredded lettuce. But it's like, I paid for this. I'm not just gonna let it go to waste, you know? I'm too poor for that. I'm too poor to waste food. What the fuck is going on with lettuce? Yes, there is a parasite that was found on lettuce from a place called Taylor Farms. They tested positive, but if you ask the government, no, they didn't, because the Taylor Farms CEO went and paid a visit to DC, and then suddenly it was all false positives. We all know what happened there. The American government hates its people. But yeah, so the parasite gives you, like, intensive, explosive diarrhea. I'm sorry to anybody who might be eating right now. It's literally like shit's coming out of you like water. Yeah, your lettuce is fine. It's U.S. lettuce that is a problem. Because we live in an administration that would rather us have no public health safety at all. It was also very funny because they tried to pin it on one of Taylor Farms' providers from a Mexican like, I don't know if it was a factory or a farm, but basically it's where they get some of their lettuce from a location down in Mexico. The Mexican health department went through it and were like, yeah, we didn't find anything. it's just y'all. And I'm like, of course it's just us. They just want to pin it on y'all because they don't want it to be traced back to them. Anyways, not talking about the diarrhea, so I don't know. Anyways. Also, it was ham, provolone, pickles, spinach, lettuce, and some mayo on some Italian seasoned bread. It was really good. What do you mean, Dave? There's only one Republican dead. Everybody knows that Turtle Senator Mitch McConnell is in perfect health and definitely not dead. Anyways, let's watch the extended teaser trailer before we all get sidetracked. I will be pausing throughout this. If you want to watch it in full without any pausing, it is all on YouTube in multiple dialects. For some reason, there's American and UK English. So there's that. Then there's also French, German, and I think another one, but I can't remember what it is. Anyways, I love you all. We're gonna watch this now. Let me know if it's too quiet or too loud. Because sound's been all over the place because of all of the shit.
One more time? It's my favorite story.
Oh, you know it better than me by now. But if you insist.
Yes! All right, I'm ready. Tell me about the Promised Land.
Long, long ago, in a time few yet recall, life prospered, for the world was rich in plenty. Majestic trees stood sentinel over lands without end.
I just want to give a big ol' smooch to whoever animated and came up with this part of the trailer.
And noble kingdoms flourished, wanting for naught.
But guys, it's us.
But then came the relentless ice. The world grew cold. Cold and
Actually, I might not pause it the first go around.
men succumbed to bitter sorrow. And as we struggled to survive, they marched, and all was lost. We had no choice but to flee to the skies.
Look, it's Ringorny. Where everybody's really horny there. Ring horny, yes. A big guy. I'm coming back to you, motherfucker. Okay, I was literally... Dave, you're literally reading my... I keep thinking about this. We have been so hyper-focused on... And it's gonna kill me if it means nothing, but I will let it go. But there's such a weird, heavy focus on Meteor being a Reaper, and I'm trying to figure out why. I feel like this has been more in our face than almost any other, like, job he has been in a trailer. Because, like, even in Shadowbringers, in the Shadowbringers trailer, when he's literally switching between, like, every single job, I felt had less emphasis than it does him being Reaper. Like, when they introduced Viper in the trailer for Dawn Trail, I felt like it had less emphasis than Meteor being Reaper. There's something very specific about Reaper that they're like, this is important. And I'm like, what is it? I think it might have... I definitely think it's an implication that something about the 13th is going to be relevant to whatever is happening on the 4th. But I digress. Let's go. Guys, look, it's my aura. It's my aura. She gone. She dead. D-E-D dead.
And then what happened?
The land below became a frozen waste. But everything changed when they arrived.
The traveler. The one from the sky.
Aye, though in those days, we knew them
as
far wanderer.
Okay. Here's one thing. Here's the first thing I want to talk. Okay, so... Okay. So the whole setup with Granny here telling a damn story. The atmosphere... Here's the thing. This little hut, this little house, could absolutely be on one of the ships. One of the airships. But I think that there is still life on the, like, planet face. And it was only select people who ascended to the sky, if not already. Because there's also the fucking conversation of the fact that there are sky islands. Like, we literally in the trailer see us land, not on a ship, on a sky island, a floating piece of land, as opposed to the ships. So what is the difference? Why are there floating pieces of land, yet we are on a floating ship? Because that insinuates a couple of things. It could be that we built the ship around the island, around the massive piece of land in the sky. But then why would we need to build the ship around it? You know? Like, the thought, like, okay, we're moving. Why are we constantly moving? What are we moving away from? Is it the big, like, Jotunheim giant things that we're seeing? I'm at the beach. What did you want me to be in? A full suit? Okay. But so it's like, to me, the vibe that this environment specifically, and I'm going to turn off the sound just so we can, like, I can talk over this. The environment that this room gives me is not warm in safety. This is a, like, we are living in on the desolate wasteland type thing, you know? So it's like, to me, it almost feels, I feel like we're getting a misdirect somewhere. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Don't forget she's telling it as a history. Yes. It's it's weird that she's telling it as a history. I'm like, are we going to have weird time travel shenanigans again? But I don't think it's going to play out the way it did last time. I think it's going to be very different. I also think it's interesting that, like, if you look at the image, the frost isn't coming from the roots. It's coming from the top of the tree down. That's weird. To me, that's weird. That's strange. Okay? I saw some people saying that the old woman is Visna, and I'm just like, I'm like, that feels like a hard pull. Maybe it's possible, but it's like, if, buddy, all you've got to go on is a tail. Do you know how many Makote NPC are in this fucking game? That could be anybody. But no, I definitely think there's like some weird time shenanigans happening. But I don't know. I almost wonder. I feel like this is gonna be a weird Ocarina of Time situation. You know what I mean? Do people understand when I say that? I feel like it's gonna be an Ocarina of Time type situation where we're like weirdly traversing between past and present to like amend and fix certain things with different bits of knowledge, trying to like piece together a story. Because I also thought it was really, and we'll go back over this again when we get to talking about like the specific keynote. I thought it was really weird how normally and for so long when we do the opening branching path, it's only 2 branching paths at the beginning of like the leveling, right? The only reason that they're having to do like the auto content balance and all that is because they've specifically put dungeons at the end of the area content, which is, I think, a specific reason why they should add that kind of thing. A lot of other MMOs have that, though not in the specific way that I think 14 is doing it, but of the same mindset. But even if it was 2 areas that had dungeons at the end, they would still have to do the same thing, right? So having 3 areas be part of that dividing beginning half is very interesting to me, because to me, and the more that I thought about it, the more that I was like, oh, okay, we're specific, because we only have 6 regions. You're telling me that we're going to be at the opening starter town, and then we have 3 separate regions that we are immediately going to be set loose into. Like, to me, that is very curious. Because that means, I think, what did the screen say? When it was showing, like, up to, like, level 108? I'm like, there's no way that 3 areas is gonna take up the bulk of the expansion. That's crazy. So I was thinking in my brain, I was like, okay, I think that they will probably consist up to probably like 105. I think that they will reach the level like halfway point, right? Obviously people can level higher than the level of the story, but I just mean in terms of thinking like who would be doing content at what point. I just think it's really weird. Oh, my voice cracked. I just think it's really weird that we're getting 3 seemingly decent chunks of story right from the get-go. That can be done in any order, meaning that while they have relevance to the overarching storyline, their main importance is going to be on the area-specific fundamentals that they create. Because that when they do those branching paths at the beginning, historically, that is what they have always been. They have always been literally there to be like, hey, we are establishing the setting for you, right? While also kind of establishing the greater overarching storyline of this expansion. So I find it interesting. I find it interesting that they're doing it this way. And I'm curious to see how it will unfold. Anyways. Yeah, no, there are 5 ice ships but 6 elements. I doubt they would have an ice ship. The whole world is ice. I would assume that they decided, I don't think we need more ice. My father is calling me. Give me 2 seconds, guys. I'm such a good daughter. I'm such a good daughter. You wanna know why I'm such a good daughter? I'm driving my dad to his fucking colonoscopy. At 6 a.m. on Monday. Such a good child. Anyways. I have an itch. Extra leveling dungeons? Yeah. I am interested to see like how it all unfolds because we don't get that many dungeons. How many dungeons do we normally get in an expansion? Like the main expansion, not including post content. So we get what? 7? I mean, okay. Yeah, what do we get? Okay. Not including dungeons that come after. I'm talking about base, like base expansion. Not once you hit level cap, those extra dungeons. What are the ones that? Because how many did we get? Yeah, Dawn Trail had 6 in base. Because that was the first one. That's the river one. I cannot pronounce. Warcore, Skydeep. What's the next one? Vanguard, Origenics, and Alexandria, right? So we had 6. How many? Yeah, by level 95, we were doing the third one. So I would assume The 3 first areas are going to also high saber. I would assume the first 3 areas are going to go up to about 105-ish. And we'll have, in those 3 dungeons will be there. If they are still keeping to there being 6 in base and not adding more into it, which I do not think that they are doing. I do not think that they are adding more dungeons. It would be really cool of them to do that. I do not think they're gonna do that. And then, yeah, like level whatever 1, whatever 3, whatever 5, whatever 7, whatever 9, and then the last of it. Yeah. I don't know. I find that interesting. Hold on. There's more in this that I wanted to look at. It's interesting. I'm kind of at the point, I don't know how much of this is going to be. I have a thought that I was thinking when I saw this, because hypothetically, this old woman telling this tale, when we do this pan over of the world when it is still green, those are structures that we saw? What the hell? That we saw in Naglfar, which totally still does not feel like the right pronunciation. Like, we see these structures. This is the massive aetheryte in Naglfar that we saw when they showed the images for it. But when it's being panned over, she's talking about the world before it became ice. So I have a thought. If any of you are familiar with Critical Role, follow me on this train for a minute, okay? In Critical Role, in Matt Mercer's writing, there is an elven city called Singorn on the continent of Taldore. Whenever Singorn is like, whenever the people of Singorn are like, hey, the world's about to be in deep, deep shit, you know what the city does? The entire city picks itself up and goes into the fucking Fey realm so that it can't be destroyed in whatever calamity is about to befall the material plane. I think I'm braining here. I think that this is a similar case of the major cities, when things started to go to shit, maybe built the ships around themselves when they realized the only safe place to go was into the air. I bet you they built the ships around themselves and then went up. Are we following? Are we following my insanity? Or do I just sound like a crazy person? I have a theory, yes. I think that they were like, ice, which I think a lot of us can relate to. And that was such a dark joke. I'm sorry. And they were like, we got to get the fuck out of here. And they were like, well, where the fuck are we supposed to go? And they were like, what if we went that way? And the motherfucker's just pointing up. Because this is very specifically the same shit that we saw on Naglfar. This is the exact, I literally looked at it over again as well. Because that same, like, tall structure that you see in the corner there, you guys can't see my mouse. I'm not gonna, oh no, you can't see my mouse. The one that's in the corner up here, that's the same, they have multiples of that exact same structure surrounding the big water crystal in the middle on Naglfar. And I'm like, well, they wouldn't just exactly one for one recreate it if this is meant to be the past. right? That would be silly. Okay, and see, it's okay, and look at this. First off, I just want to talk about how goated the enemy design looks. It looks so fucking good. Give me that wide shot, baby. I'm waiting for the wide shot. Okay. So, okay, specifically though, we are on floating islands, not a ship. We are not attached to anything. They're floating islands, okay? So there's like a weird... There's like a weird difference here, right? Everything's becoming cold. And see, now it's showing everything turning to ice. Which these massive Jotunheim giant looking motherfuckers are so cool. Also, you can see in their chest, like this one is probably air associated. The one in the back is red, so it's probably the fire guy. The one on the side, actually this might be earth. I don't know. I never remember, because some games associate yellow with earth, some games associate green with earth, and some games associate air with yellow, and some games associate green with air, so I never fucking know which one we're doing. I always forget. But one of these bitches is air and one of these bitches is earth. That's what I'll say. I think most of the time in 14, air has been green, but I could be fucking mistaken. But so it's also fascinating because the wind queened. Okay, this specific, so that's Visna, right? That's the character. When did how did we learn the name? When did Yoshi P tell, where in the live letter did he tell us what her name was? I don't even remember. So this is the one people are saying is the hint for the Fizz ranged, that it might be a Falconeer. Also, weird symbol here. That might be a job crest, maybe? Maybe. After the trailer? Okay. That's what I thought, but I was like, I don't specifically remember. Listen, I retained a good chunk of information earlier, but I was also very tired, so no, I didn't. But it's like, so, because it's like, okay. You can see it right here. See? Same crystal, same large white structures. See? See? That's why I'm like, I think they just picked up a chunk of the land. Because I'm like, if what the illusion here is that was the world of the past, and this is the world of the present, I think it's also entirely possible, and I've been thinking about this more today. What if it's entirely possible that a different shard of Azim already came in and did some shit? I really feel like we have an Oracle of Time situation here. Ocarina of Time. I feel like we've got some like fucky wucky time shenanigans going on. But like maybe it's like in the sense of, okay, a previous Azim shard came and did a bunch of shit to help the people. Maybe that's why they're on the ships now. Or maybe that's why the old woman could potentially be. I think that they're on the surface. Hi, Jamie. I think that the old cat lady telling the story is on the surface of the planet. We saw that those two Aura were down there. So to some degree, I think that it's entirely possible that there are people living on the surface. It just sucks ass. Or that things have changed and it got better. And we're trying to figure out what the fuck happened. I don't know. I have so many thoughts. Yeah, I think the old woman describing the Wanderer isn't actually talking about you. I don't think so either. Or, in the hyper meta here, she is under the understanding that me and the Far Wanderer are the same fucking person. But I don't know. That feels like a hyper meta, whatever kind of a thing to do, right? Okay. This bitch, I have thoughts about. Clearly something is going wrong with the because, okay, one thing that I've noted, so what we have seen thus far with the other planet, with the other shards that have been rejoined or to whatever degree that they are, the ethereal density of the other elements is basically near fucking nothing. Right? Like, that's the whole point, is that it's near fucking nothing. It's barely suitable for life to exist. So I find it very interesting. There's something about those massive crystals that each of the cities have that is very interesting to me, and how it might potentially be throwing off temporarily, depending on where the ship is, the overwhelming pressures of the ice aether. And how that is corresponding to these whatever kinds of elementals that these guys are, the big and small ones, going kind of berserk. Obvious take, but Naglfar is going to be the main hub and Brinkhorny is going to be like Yulmore. I could see that. But I find these guys interesting. 'Cause, like, I don't think that these are primals. I think that these might be, like, literal manifestations of aether in the world. And I don't mean, like, primal manifestations. I mean, like, literal... I feel like we're going where, like, they never went with, like, the elementals from Gridania, where it's, like, it's a very literal... Like, these are... I keep thinking about the idea of the world tree, which we obviously have a world tree. And I think about it in a very interesting sense that, like, what if... These are all my theories, by the way, guys. I have so many thoughts in my head and no one to tell them about. So I tell them to you guys, because that's why I'm here. But it's like, okay, we have a world tree. World tree gets frozen, right? Well, in not even just Norse mythology, in most mythologies, the world tree is not just a tree. It is a literal living being with its own, like, psyche and shit, right? What if in retaliation to whatever has incited the massive increase in ice aether. What if... Hold on. I was standing up for a while. I want to sit down now. I was starting to pace. I was starting to pace like someone's dog who really wants to go outside. What if these big, giant, hulking creatures are like a kind of, like, go out, find the missing aether, bring it back, and let's balance this bitch. But the only sources of the missing aether are these giant cities in the sky. I think it's also interesting because when they distinctly showed them earlier in the trailer in the tapestry, they were not above the clouds. They were very much below them. So either Ringhorny is traveling much lower than it normally would, or these things somehow break through the cloud barrier that's covering the surface of the planet. Either way, very interesting things to think about. Right? Also, they're so fucking cool. Yeah, like a Nausicaa in the Valley of Winds kind of thing. Yeah. So, okay, so obviously that is the world tree, right? Completely fucking frozen over. I think that she is a Minfilia-like, but rather than speaking with the word, like being the word of the mother, I think she speaks with the world tree. I did see someone's very funny joke. Her name is gonna be like Aruth or something like that, and be like a play on being Aerith. She looks like a very Aerith type character to some people. I don't disagree with that, but I did think it was very funny if her name was gonna be like fucking Aruth or something. Which is like off by a letter. I think this guy is so... This guy is so fascinating to me. Because that's not just aura eyes. Yeah, it's a very Odin type thing. Because that's not an aura eye. Obviously, that's a weird glowing eye. And he's only got the one. He is literally like, this is Odin. It's Odin. But it's like, in what way... So we're in the Godless Realm saga, right? We're in the Godless Realm saga. What place would an Odin-like character hold in a godless realm? Trade the other for knowledge, did ye? Yeah. It's very interesting to me. And that's not to say that this guy specifically is a god. I do think that it's interesting to consider what is a god. Sometimes I feel like I'm yelling at you guys, and I'm really sorry if I get really loud. I get very excited. Nobody ever wants to talk to me about things, so I get really excited to talk about this stuff. But so it's like, when we did, and I still wish that they would make Mists of the Realm required MSQ. I'm sorry, but at this point, it absolutely should be required. It is fascinating to think about the fact that, for the most part, the gods of the source were primals who were not actual gods. They were not actual, omnipotent, omniscient beings who controlled things. The Mother Crystal herself wasn't even really that. So it's like, either things run a lot, like, there is clearly still some level of balance to how the universe structures itself, right? We see that through the way that Aether has to balance itself out between the different elements in the light and dark. Otherwise, we get areas where life becomes not as, well, able to live. And so I think it's interesting to go to other reflections of the source and see how we, who are essentially at this point the closest thing to a god, would it really, like, what higher figures look like comparatively to us? Does that make sense? Sometimes I feel like I go on to explain things and then I turn myself around a corner and then nobody knows what I'm talking about. But, like, it is, to me, like, he may not be a god, but an Odin-like character is a fascinating thing to have in a series specifically called the Godless Realm Saga. And not only that, but it's true, like Dawn Trail is obviously the opener to this series and sets us up for the rest of it. But this is like the real start to the actual saga, right? Fascinating character. Also because of the fact that he's on the surface. He's not bothered by the cold. He's literally, I would imagine that to whatever degree, for whatever purpose, the world tree, the frozen world tree is like the source of the ice. Somebody did something, threw it out of whack, and now, that's where it's like all coming from. He's standing so close to this source and he isn't fucking flinching. It's fascinating. And I can't wait to know more about him. I saw some people going back and forth between whether they think he's like the villain or not. I don't think I do not think he will be the villain. I honestly, with what we've seen even in the extended teaser trailer, I almost don't know if we will actually see the actual antagonist in the trailer. Could also be interesting to point that as an Odin figure, it could be argued that, like Myths of the Realm, we are seeing beings that were higher gods that got put down to the mortal realm with everyone else. Yes. That could also be fascinating because in the hypothetical, their aether returns when we put them all down, their aether returns to the life stream. Eventually, these people will be reborn into something. Like it's a very fascinating like walkthrough of how that trickles down to the other. Because it's like we didn't really see gods on the 1st or the 13th because things are so out of whack. Yes, God doesn't necessarily mean literal God. Yes. But I think it is also very much in the sense of where in the previous story that ended with Endwalker, we had higher powers, heavy quotations there, that were colluding against and working with us and guiding our hand. This time around, there is nothing but our own knowledge and that of others that are down on our own plane, essentially, to converse with. I think it's also interesting. The Watcher is still part of the story. The Watcher on the moon is still part of the story. I would be very fascinated to know how he plays into the larger thread here. Is the Watcher here still going to be on the moon? Or is he going to be somewhere else? Do we get to see the Watcher again? It's interesting to me. I'm trying to see if there's any other scenes that I want to... I think it's also very interesting to keep getting these... I know that they're trying to obviously show that, like, the entire world is frozen. But to me, considering how often it's been applicable, I do find it interesting that we're being shown a space shot. Okay, I have an idea. I have a thought. We will travel over to the fourth from the moon on the source. The Watcher will be there, and we're gonna travel to the other Watcher's place, and then we go down to the fourth planet. I think that could potentially be how that unfolds. Because when we traveled last time using the key, using the ethos, we didn't just travel from, like, random place to random place. We went from moon to moon. It's entirely possible. And it was all very gold, and it all happened very quickly. Hold on. Let me see if I can... Where's the spot where we drop from the feckin' sky? It could be. Hold on. I also just realized that portal's in the fucking shape of Dalaman. That's very funny. You can tell by the little tail of it. But also, that's a lot more explodey. I don't know if I don't think that that's us dropping out of a portal. Actually, now that I'm looking at it. Because when we traveled to the moon to help Zero, there was no explosion. We were just there, baby. We were just there. I think this is them just beating through some enemies and then landing. I think this is just, like, random fight effect type shit. I think that we might be doing like a moon traversal type thing. Maybe I'm overthinking. I'm probably overthinking a lot of this, but it's like in the same vein. It's very interesting. Also, I did think... Hold on. Mr. Meteor Kennedy over here. I find it interesting. Okay, anyways, let me pull that back over here. Switch us back over to the Das Keynote. I find it interesting. Hold on.
さあ、それでは、ここから怒涛の勢いで新情報を出していきますので、
Oh, yeah, she does.
一緒に盛り上がって、we can all 参りましょう。
So yeah, talking about
詳細情報をいろいろお話ししてもね。
talking about new job stuff.
開発進んでおります。今日
They're gonna tell us about Bastion. I have to say, honestly, Bastion looks a lot cooler than I thought it was going to be. I was not super, like... I also want to talk... Hold on. Don't do that. Hold on. I find the littler enemies so fascinating. Because with the way that it's all designed, it's almost a little difficult to tell what's like a natural occurring enemy and what's like a man-made thing. Because, like, I want to say that is like a man-made enemy from Ringhorny, but I also don't know. I think it's very interesting. I love the fucking enemy design from this expansion so far. I think it's also worth pointing out, you know, all these places are all under these protective bubbles. So it's fascinating to think that even though they're on these grand airships in the sky, they are still affected by the ice, by the overwhelming ice aether. I do really like... I like the look of this. I think this looks so much cooler than my brain thought it would. I should have just trusted the process. I will say, I don't know how I feel about the feathered helmets. I always think they look kind of silly. I'm also very excited to see how Lalafels hold this fucking shit. Because, what do you mean? It's, yeah. I think the taller and bigger, I think Rothgar and Rogan are gonna look really cool. The rest of us are gonna struggle to look a little cool with these because of how big they are. But it was also noted, who was I watching that said it? It's also worth noting that we did not get the symbol reveal. Like the job symbol, we just have the generic tank symbol right there. So I wonder if that's something that we'll see in Tokyo, or if that's something that we won't see until like media tour or something, which would be fascinating. But yeah, you know, they said with the new jobs are only going to be in evolved mode. They're not going to be part of the old combat system. They'll only be evolved mode. They're going to serve the role of a main tank. The shields are called a word that I still don't remember how to pronounce. A Skiltborg. That's right. Skiltborg.
Those would be the twin shields known as the Skiltborg.
Skiltborg. Because, you know, Norse.
Really heavy. It's too hot. Wait, I got you covered.
Yoshi P is melting on the stage. Level 90 start. Lim Solo Mensa.
So those of you who want to be one of the first to take up the Skiltborg, you know where to log.
There were some people who were... Hold on, I'm trying to get to the point where this shows just like... Yeah. So, the concept comes in... located in the vast expanse of the northern empty, Arsliant has long been protected by indomitable bastions, heritors of an ancient martial technique developed over generations by the archipelago's rulers. It is said that no raider's axe can penetrate a bastion's hulking Skiltborg, and one would be foolish to try, for the shape-changing Great Shield's ethereal artillery has brought a swift end to many a marauder, be it from near or far. Of course, the skill board can also offer protection to its wielders and their allies in the form of defense and curative boons. Some people were like, oh my gosh, healing. And I was like, yeah, all of the tanks have group healing or group shielding in some form. Very interesting. I might be dumb. I probably am. There's so many location names and I am not an encyclopedia. I don't remember what Arlecent is. That's like Rogadin lore, isn't it? People will hate me for saying this. I really don't know much about Rogadin lore because I don't really play Rogadin. I don't play a Rogadin. It's at Homeland of the Sea Wolves. Interesting. I wonder if this is a place we'll ever get to go or if it will remain simply a name in text.
With the Bastion's ability to target allies.
なんとなく意味で
But yeah, I like the look of the armor. I think it looks really cool. The helmet's a little funny to me, but it's whatever. I think the armor looks cool. I think the shields look cool as hell. I really like the animations. They might be some of my favorite tank animations, frankly. They look really, really solid. Very interesting. But yeah, so that's Bastion. That's going to be our new tank. Yoshi P's very tired of holding shields, as we learned. Yeah, final job, which will be a Fizz ranged, is going to be revealed in Tokyo. I didn't really see... I think the biggest hints that people were talking about is that during, I think it was the development panel, Soken played a couple of sounds that people were saying might suggest Falconer. As the potential job, as well as the bit that we see in the teaser trailer. I don't know how much I agree or disagree with that. But I think that it is very much a possibility. I don't hate the idea. I think it's a creative, interesting way to do it. I would just be fascinated to see how it works long term. I feel that's a little reductionist, a bit. Saying like, oh, well, we have Beastmaster now, so there can never be any other animal-related class ever. Because in a way, you could almost make the same argument of being like, well, we have Summoner. Why would we want Beastmaster? It's like they're not a one-for-one, but they're in a sense similar enough that some people would be like why do we need another when we have the one, you know? If it were like summoning multiple like birds and things or different animals, that'd be one thing. But I feel like depending on how they do it, Falconeer could be individualized enough that it's not, you know, a problem. I don't think it's Beastmaster is like a wide taming and like using of a vast amount of animals, whereas Falconer is a specialization of a single type of animal trained for combat, potentially.
Screenshot to give you a better look at some of these under development areas.
Okay. This is where they're gonna go into the different areas bits. We have Naglfar, we have Naglnir, Naglfar, Nagl wherever you are. The Realm Ship of Water, which has a very, like, serpentine, like, look and feel to it. Obviously, the ship itself, I think, is very, reminiscent of potentially having something to do maybe with the world serpent. I don't know. Maybe. It'll be interesting to see how far they go in some directions with the Norse theming and how, like, where they decide to hold back on it. Once again, incredibly surprised that we have, like, actual in-game footage for this shit. I really was not expecting in-game shit. The sky is so crazy, and the way that it looks icy is so fucking cool. I love the look of the aetherites here. I love that, like, icy crystal white. Looks really, really sleek. Hold on. Can I just... That looks so fucking majestic. Can we just appreciate this view for a second? It's fucking gorgeous. Like, holy shit. This looks amazing. Yeah, the fact that this is just one area is crazy to me. Like, G-Pose in Evercold is gonna go fucking crazy. It's gonna go fucking crazy. I love all of the detailing. Is so insane. The detailing on they truly continue, the 14 art and design teams truly continue to impress me every single time. The environment looks so stunning. The attention to detail on just even the simplest pieces of furniture in this expansion. Like, I'm hyped to get furniture and housing items and shit from this expansion because they're gonna be stunning. They're gonna be absolutely stunning. This walk up, I was thinking about this as well. This area also kind of reminds me of Guild Wars 2. Some of the vibe of it really reminds me of Guild Wars 2. Ring Horny really reminds me of the city of, like, the lion people. I forget what it's called. But those of you who play, I'm sure will know. It's like their main city. It reminded me a lot of that one. And this one reminds me of, like, the walk up to, like, the main big hub city. Absolutely stunning. I mean, literally just look at the detailing on the bark. Looks fucking crazy. Just look at the detailing on the bark. It looks so good. It's so stunning. It's crazy. This whole thing is fucking gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Yeah. The sky is very interesting because it's like you see in some panels where it's like a normal blue sky, and others where it's like that's got to be some kind of like weather event where like the sky gets like really icy looking like that. Or it's like the shield, but I don't remember if they said the shield was over the entire zone or just over the city itself.
Did you all
蘇建新しい
was it?
Okay, cool.
していると
Show me the city.
天
The city.
Atop
The
the
city.
ship team is trying
のアーククル
to play in
でもさすが
the feature.
ていこう紹介した水の
Next, I'd like
This art just looks fucking amazing, by the way. I would get full like framed up art of the concept art from Evercold. It's so fucking
存
gorgeous.
在するそのタウン名
Also, obviously, in all of these bits, I know you can't really hear it because I quieted it down a lot. But don't forget that in both of these videos, by the way, are also already up on YouTube. If you guys do not follow the FF14 YouTube channel, you should. They have all of the like clips from today's keynote already posted up, including the showcase, like the extended teaser trailer, the showcase for Bastion, the video footage for Naglfar, Fargarth, which is a city we're about to see, for Ringhorny, all that stuff. They have all of those like posted up. But also all of the music that you hear is new music, not specifically tied to those zones, but from the new expansion. Yoshi P literally tells us that the audio for the Fargarth showcase is something that Soken came up with in like a single night. So God bless him for that. Trying to just skip to the video feed. Okay. So this is going to be one of our main cities in the game. I'm so fucking excited because it looks like such an explorable city. In a way that I feel like other hub cities have not achieved to this extent. It looks very traversable. It looks like there's little alleys and places where you can almost kind of like hide and duck into. It looks really, really good. I'm very hyped for how explorable the zone is going to be, even within the city. I feel like unless one of the other cities outdoes it, this might become my new like this might become my new like go-to AFK hub city. Tuliyola is a really good hub city. I personally am not necessarily a fan of the like everything on a cliff face type thing. Because to me, at least in a video game, it almost feels more like a display than like an actual lived-in city.
so I hope
But
you
I still think it looks. I still think
この
Tuliyola is a
フ
really
ァイ
nice
ヤーの
city.
ようなドームがね見え
But
る
yeah, so they have like a little airship area. This is gonna be where like the market area is coming along at.
さまざまなグルファン船
I'm fascinated by the darkened doorway at the end of the hall here. I almost wonder if it will be something that's simply not built yet that we can traverse into later, or if it will be like an instanced area or something. I would love to have like a little castle that we can explore. Would be so great. 14 does a really good job at like creating interesting interiors to buildings, and they just don't do it enough. They don't explore that enough in exchange for giving us like obviously gorgeous and stunning exteriors, but I would love to see them like really get into it with building like a really nice interior. Like giving us like a little castle or something to run around in would be so fucking cool.
とともにね覚えておいてください
Again, there will be lots of encounters and adventures waiting for you in this town of Falgarth on the ship of Naglfar.
My voice is starting. I can already feel my
さて
throat
さて
being like, ah!
他のエリアも見ていくことにしようと思います
All right, let's move on to our next area.
こちら 次にご紹
Ring
介する
horny.
のが火の大陸船フリングホルニです。
So next up, let's do a brief walkthrough of our second
Sorry,
of
gonna
the
pop my
five
back.
firmaments, the realm ship of fire, Ringhorn.
こう見えても飛空艇なんです。
As you can see, it is an airship.
先ほど公開したティザートレーラー第2弾でも登場したエリアとなります。
You'll recall that this area appeared in today's extended trailer.
こちらもですね、動画をご用意しましたので、ウォークスルーでまずはお楽しみいただこうと思います。
And again, just like Naglfar, we have prepared a
I think this place is very interesting because from the looks of it, it almost looks like the bulk of the city is above and not like hidden below. It's very
video
fascinating
to
to
show it
me.
off.
さてこちらも新曲なのかどうかご注目ください。
Again, listen close to see if we use a new track here as well. Roll the tape.
I think Ring Horny definitely has the potential to be a place that is constantly under fire because of how antithetical fire is to ice. Despite the fact, I think its opposing element technically on this chart is lightning, if I'm correct. I love that there's still like a forested area here, but all of the trees are like fucking reds and oranges and like almost purple. Like almost very literally showing how the aether crystals have seemingly affected the environment around them alongside like the heavy industry here. See, that looks so fucking cool. I also like, look, you can still see like some of like, despite the fact that it is so hyper industrial, you can still see the like symbols and the banners, the curves of the snake motifs and such in the technology, showing that like it's not fully removed from its roots. Which is interesting to me because normally when you get these like hyper industrial cities, you will see an erasure of their origins. Normally, in most storytelling, becoming hyper industrialized tends to also like narratively mean that you are no longer acknowledging the traditions, the origins, the roots of whatever your society was. But having these different motifs baked into different aspects of the industry itself tells me that it's not like a full discarding of their origins, which I think is interesting, especially since all we saw in the trailer of Ring Horny was them being under attack by these creatures. I think especially since it was also the showcase for Bastion in the teaser trailer, I think has some really interesting implications as to how it might mirror the Rogaden lore of the source as well.
Thank you.
For one, I'm not normally a fan of hot areas in games, like hyper industry areas. I'm actually a little hyped to get like the story behind this area.
Again, even that protective
It
film
looks
that we saw,
quite nice.
Falgarth, looks
Oh,
different
yeah.
here, giving the sky a different hue.
Okay.
Below,
Hold on. Yeah, you can see like the influence of the area. There's not like a full disregard pieces. You can even see like here in this massive wheel that for no reason, because it does nothing to add to the actual technology itself, yet they still have the motif of the snake inside of the machinery. Oh, I clicked on a window. Blah, 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 blah. It's very interesting to me.
You're going.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else in this first bit. Okay, yeah. So here they show us the 5 different. They already confirmed that there's going to be 5 different airships. Obviously, for 5 of the 6 elements, ice is not going to get one because why the fuck would it? I am actually looking. Okay, so obviously we have Naglfar in the middle, Ringhorny on the left. That's water. That's fire. The one on the bottom in the middle is obviously lightning. We can see the purple pieces of lightning. Originally, I mean, I still think the top one is probably wind, but now that I'm kind of giving a closer look, no, I think the top one is wind, and I think the one on the right is earth. Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me. Hello, thank you. Matter, thank you so much for the follow. It's wind. I know it's wind. There was something about the design of the earth one that made me kind of second guess myself for a second there. But yeah, obviously we have fire, wind, water, lightning, earth. Ice is, again, not going to have one. They've got the whole fucking continent below us. I think, was it Alt? I think it was you, Alt, that said one of these is probably going to be abandoned. I think it's going to be the lightning one. Because I think the lightning one is also the spot where we stand at. I think we're on the lightning ship at the end of the teaser trailer when they're calling us the Far Wanderer. I do believe that we are on that ship. I would not be surprised if it was abandoned or near abandoned. Because, I mean, look at the way it's not the way that the greenery in that area is placed is not in a way that is showing like a purposeful like lush look, you know? It doesn't look the same way that the earth one does, or the same way that the wind or the water one does. This greenery looks more as though it is reclaiming the space. So to me, I think that the lightning one is either abandoned or is near being abandoned.
As you can see, there's a
But it's also interesting to note that that is 5 of the 6 zones that we normally get in an expansion right there in front of us, unless one of those airships is nothing more than a dungeon, which it might be. I think it would be really kind of crazy to show us all 5 so soon. Like, that's the bulk of the expansion locations right there, if they are all going to be fully fleshed out locales.
システム系のアップデート、特にねメインクエストに関するシステム面のアップデートちょっとお知らせしていきたいと思います。
So now let's take a look at some of the system changes to be expected in 8.0 with a focus on that main scenario.
Okay.
8.0 のメインクエストは
Now here's the part where we get into more of like the technical stuff. They're going to go over the main scenario changes, which I was talking about earlier, where essentially they are taking what was previously the what was the like beginning of the story split, and they're creating basically a kind of choose your own adventure, but in essence, you can accomplish the story in any order that you want before moving on to the next bit. But each of these areas is not just a quest line. It also is going to include a dungeon. This is what we were talking about earlier. So they are implementing, in a sense, a sort of like do it your way, making the player experience a bit more. It's still having that overarching narrative, but making it a bit more individual rather than an everybody kind of doing the same thing at the same time type situation like we've had in the past. I still am wondering how that's going to work out on the grander narrative scale, but I am happy to be proven wrong. If there is a team that I would trust to take a chance like this, it is the 14 team. Obviously, they're talking about the auto content balancing. That's going to be because you can do the zones in any order, but they all have dungeons at the end. This is basically their way of kind of fixing it so that whatever level you are at, you get a decent player experience doing the dungeon, regardless of what level you do it at. I don't know. They don't really give too many specifics in like how that's gonna look or how it's like very specifically going to work. They literally said it's kind of one of those things that it's easier to understand it by playing than it is to understand it by explaining in detail. And I kind of agree. So there's that. They go on to talk about, it is only going to be, the auto content balancing is only going to be applicable to very specific dungeons and field operations and things. So it's not going to be something that affects every single piece of fight content or combat content that we have in the game. It is only going to affect very specific pieces because it's only going to be relevant to very specific pieces of content. They kind of go back over the daily and weekly change that they're gonna make. Not really going into a lot more detail, but kind of reiterating the like how it's gonna work. I was watching Mr. Happy talk about it earlier, and he did point out that there's a bit of a discrepancy on how this might affect tombstones. Whether that means that they will be gone altogether or if they will be basically gained in a different way. Not entirely sure yet, but they did change some of the language that makes it seem like maybe tombstones aren't going to be a thing, but they have neither confirmed, they have not confirmed that. That's just kind of like the thought process of where people's heads are at. There are better people than me who went into detail about how a system like this would work. I highly recommend looking up the potential Evercold changes. I'm sure that Renault, Mr. Happy, Minoe, other 14 content creators who are much smarter than me could probably discuss. I am narratively smart. I'm not smart when it comes to like the numbers and mechanics game of this, okay? I try my best. I'm better at having long-winded conversation when it comes to like the lore implications and shit like that than it is to discussing like the actual mechanical benefit. Like some things I do understand, but when actually trying to like explain like upgrade to a system and how this will benefit people more, I'm not the one. I'm not the one to do it. They reiterate on the whole introducing season things, which is basically just their way of better organizing the big patch, little patch, type content. My mouth is getting so fucking, like, dry. Obviously touching more on the reborn mode versus the evolved mode. Remember, all new jobs are only going to be evolved mode. All old jobs will have the choice between reborn and evolved mode. We were talking about it earlier today, and I'm going to be so honest with you guys. I do very much agree with this. I would go ahead, even if you still really like reborn mode and you don't really want to leave behind the stuff that how we used to do it. I would still learn evolved mode, because I guarantee you in a couple of expansions it will likely be phased out, so that every job is kind of playing in evolved mode essentially. I could be wrong, but that does kind of feel like where they're heading. So, better safe than sorry. I would say at least, experiment with evolved mode when it comes out. Boo, 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 boo. I need them to just start uploading, like, just the PowerPoint that was used. Character focused design. Obviously, being able to change up how your little character adventure plays. Hi, Kuya. Welcome, welcome. Obviously the updates to the armory system that they've been talking about. Basically, when your job caps out and you get, your best crafted gear on your main job, all the other jobs that you have that are also maxed out will share that item level, even if their gear is below the actual item level. So if my dancer is wearing, say the 790 gear, but my red mage is wearing like 700, but they're both level 100, then they will now both have a 790 item level, despite the actual physical armor differences. This is really, I think, going to help a lot of people out when it comes to doing things like higher end content, especially when they're working on jobs that they don't normally play. This is there is not a single person I know who does higher end content that is not excited for this change. Literally everybody I know who does higher end content is like, fuck yeah, let's go, baby. And I fully agree. Character action skins. We are going to have the ability to customize how our actions look in the game. And to my surprise, I genuinely did not expect them to do this. They do have a video showcase of them for us. At least of one thing that they're working on. But so essentially you'll be able to acquire new animations as a reward. They will be things for general actions. How did they categorize? They had general actions and they had like combat actions as well. So there's going to be yeah, available for both general and job actions. So there will be like normal things that we do that will have different animations skins, different action skins, and then there will be obviously the job actions that will have the potential to be different animations. Where is the video?
Different select job actions, including
Yes.
various attacks and casting motions. Basically, we're putting that choice in your hands now.
Yeah, so like even if you're playing the same job looks wise, it's all going to become very customizable. It's going to become like a lot more.
Showed you, so let's take a look at some of the general action skins. Roll the tape.
It's going to become something that's going to be like very personalized. I'm really excited for it. They have a demonstration right here of this is the teleport animation. That's the normal version. This is a new version. It's cunty as hell. And then this is another version. Yeah, the evil tummy ache. It's very cool to me because these will basically become a new type of reward that we will be able to get end game. I believe that they said that they will start launching these come 8.1. So these will not be available in base Evercold, but they should start coming during the post content patches. They will come from 8.1 onward. And if things go well, I am absolutely certain that these will be things that will be rewards for quite some time. I think this is definitely a new category of reward that we are going to see that is going to be very exciting. I am very excited for it. To me, this is absolutely Square Enix being like, guys, please, like, stop using mods, baby. We got you. We're working on it. I promise. We're giving you the good shit. I promise. They only have the demonstration for the teleport emote, not emote, action. I'm absolutely certain that they will have it for more. I'm interested. Sorry. I'm picking at my lip, and I need to stop doing that because that's not good for my lip, and it's also a bad habit. I'm interested to see how the job action animations, Haikoji, will work, because to me, I think it would be very interesting to go the same route that a lot of mods do, where they have packs of animations that are all like a single theme. So, like, imagine dancer animation packs, and it's all like cherry blossomed themed or something like that, or like a Dark Knight animation theme, where like animation pack theme, where it's all like cool lightning-esque type animation based moves and shit, and it would look really cool. And like maybe being able to mix and match those things together, I think would be very interesting. The general actions are going to be really cool, but I'm very curious, and I think almost more interested to see how they will implement job action animations. I think it'll be very, very interesting. I know Yoshi P was hot as hell during this whole fucking thing. I'm absolutely certain that costume cannot breathe. Okay. Improved character creation options. They did not showcase a shit ton today. I think the biggest things that they are going to showcase when it comes to the improved character creation will come in Japan. They didn't specifically say this, but the vibe is always that the biggest shit will always come during JP. It will not come during NA. It will not come during EU. It will always come during JP. But they do give us a little bit of stuff. Obviously, they go over things that we've already established. This is from NA Fanfest. You're going to get a color picker for eye, hair, and skin tone. You'll be able to have some new customization when it comes to the eyes and lips, including an eyeshadow feature. Face paint layering, which is something that I'm excited about. My characters can finally have freckles and blush at the same time. Insane. I thought you were saying an idiom there. The biggest shit will always come during. Oh, yeah, no. And also, they discussed the ability to toggle on and off select parts of individual gear pieces. I think we're all very excited for that. Depending on how that gets implemented on certain pieces is going to go fucking hard. But the new stuff that they introduced for today, we had two main things that were discussed. First of all, the shading around the Lalafell and the Vieira noses is now going to be toggleable. You can turn that shit on and off. I don't know if he said it was toggleable or optional. But either way, you have the option to have the funny nose or to not have the funny nose. I think this is fine on the Lalafell. I don't care too much. The Vieira, to me, is kind of a weird one because we're already really not that much of like a bunny person. The nose is kind of one of the literal only two things that we have that makes us rabbit people. So I think it's interesting to choose to not have the nose shading. But, you know, to each their own. I won't be mean, but maybe I'll bully you a little if you're a Vieira with the nose job. I'm kidding, I won't actually bully anyone. But it will make me do double takes. This is actually good. Yeah, there were some people who have been mildly, like we didn't need this about it, but it's like the whole point is that they are finding ways to implement more customization while like in little ways while still trying to work on like the bigger ways in which they could expand customization. This was a big one. On the Mikote faces that have these like war paint markings, they are now optional. You can turn them off so that you do not have them. This has been very divisively received. Which I personally found quite interesting. I know some people have discussed how actually it's weird because the markings are like meant to be genetic, so it's weird that they wouldn't have it. And to that I will say spotted, like I saw someone tweet this earlier and I thought that this was a great way of putting it. There are spotted animals that are born without spots sometimes, you know, like it's genetically rare. It still happens. There could be Mikote born without these. But it's also worth noting, I discussed it with a friend of mine, and in the Encyclopedia Eorzea, these are not genetic markings. They are literally just war paint. So I don't really understand where the upset comes from. I think this is perfectly fine. If anything, I mean, like, it just frees it up more because it means that you have more room to be like, well, any face could potentially have the war paint markings on it rather than only these specific ones have to have it. You know, it's just I think it's a good thing. Other people are a bit less decisive about it. I know Alt and I were talking about it earlier, and I know he was discussing the, like, it is kind of a shame to lose some of that, like, race-specific, like, look to it when, you know, you have those things that are meant to be, like, a part of the look. And I definitely do agree with that, but I also think that this is not necessarily the biggest change. I don't think this is, like, the massive, like, loss of culture, personally. Yeah.
Sexy.
Actually, hold on. We don't need to listen to Koji saying sexy. But yeah, so you can see it, the male and the female Mikote, how they look. I think if anything, it just frees up people to have more, like, play with how their characters look. If anything, I think it allows people to be more expressive with war paint choices, especially with the face paint layering that we're now getting. I think this actually makes it a lot more interesting. Yeah, everyone is going to be painting themselves green, so no face markings isn't a huge deal comparatively. Yeah, everyone's going to be, like, weird colors at this point. Everyone's going to be, like, bizarre combos of colors and shit. So yeah, it's a little interesting to, like, not complain about that, but complain about the face markings being optional, mind you. They're not going away. They're just becoming optional. Which is the other part of that, like, really drives me insane, is I'm like, nobody's saying that you can't have that. You can literally still have that on your face. It does not mess with the lore reasons to like, you can still have those on your Mikote. Nobody is stopping you. It is just now something that you can turn on or off if you would like. And then this one, which is the actual best announcement.
Oh, we have Aura as well.
This one is the best announcement of the customization. The Aura horns are free. They are, I dropped my pen. The Aura horns and the Aura faces are fucking free. You will finally be able to mix and match the Aura faces and the Aura horns. I am so damn hype. It brings me so much joy because my second most played character, well, I guess my second and third, are both auras, and I love how the aura look. I have always had beef with the fact that you can't mix and match the faces and the horns. I'm very excited for this one. Like quite hype. Absolutely here for it. Everyone is excited for this one. It's been one that people have been asking for ages, so everyone is super on board with the fact that it's here finally.
Customization, but this is all we can show you today.
And now obligatory, everybody has to listen to the joke that Koji makes in a second here. Hold on. I can understand the complaint because I don't always love going into a dungeon and seeing all my teammates wearing Levi's and high tops, but that's what the game has been for a while. Yeah. I could write an entire thesis paper on the fascinating dissidence of modern wear in what is a high fantasy game, and how, like, the good and bad of that. But I will never make people have to sit through that. Please enjoy Koji's joke. He's just a funny little guy.
ご迷惑をおかけしてきたグラフィックスアップデートなんですが、そのグラフィックスアップデートを皆さんにやらせていただいたことによって、こういったキャラクターに関する、自由度の拡大というところまでこぎつけることができました。この場を借りて改めてお礼申し上げます。
Ultimately, all these updates were made possible by our big graphics overhaul that we started back in 7.0. And again, we apologize for all the bugs and inconveniences that it has caused over the months. But thanks to your patience, this has created a foundation for us to be able to bring you all of these cool new features moving forward. So I hope the wait was worth it.
Thank you, guys. まあもちろんその
This also
新
low-key
生
gives
エ
my
オル
voice
ゼ
a
ア
break.
以降ですね、まあ設定と世界設定と種族設定というものにまあこだわってきた、僕がね特にこだわってきた部分ではあるんですが、まあその設定にこだわるという部分を続けていくのか、自由なカスタマイズというものを優先していくのか、この判断っていうのはもう僕が決めるのではなくて、プレイヤーである皆さんに、その判断をね委ねて、その代わり選択肢を増やす方向に、進化していこうかなと思っております。
So since A Realm Reborn, it was ultimately my decision to limit player customization for the sake of maintaining lore standards. But now I've put that decision back in your hands and tried to provide even more freedom to let your avatar be who you want them to be.
冒頭にすみませんご説明した通り、まあすごく喜んでいただいたのはありがたいんですけど、本格的なこれらのね種族個性のカスタマイズは、パッチ 8.1 以降順次で、進んでいきますので、楽しみにお待ちください。
So now all there is left is to wait. Like I said earlier, these player race specific changes that I introduced today will be rolling out starting in patch 8.1. Freedom, he says. The decision is in my hands, he says. Where's my freaking butt slider then?
Yeah, baby, where's my butt slider, Yoshida?
Hey,
The decision.
Hey.
Butt slider, baby.
Anaheim?
I remember Anaheim, the dice game.
The fuck dice game.
Yeah, the fucking dice game.
Just
I do appreciate the way that Yoshi has to stop himself from literally saying fucking dice game. Brother literally almost was like, that fucking dice game.
Just wait.
Wait. Wait.
Just wait.
Wait for.
No,
What?
no gesture.
Wait for the.
No
button.
gesture.
Like this.
Secret.
It's a secret. Okay. Okay. We won't tell anyone. But you're good?
時間かかる。
It's gonna take time, but we're good. We're good.
All right, next up.
It is a very funny joke. I do think, however, it is a sign that, like, they are trying to do bigger things. I think people also need to understand that if they have a butt slider in the game, one, it's not going to give you a mod beast type ass, you fucking weirdos. Not that that's anyone in this chat, but just for anybody who isn't paying attention. But also, if they add in a butt slider, they will have to change the way that every single bottom in the game looks and adjust to the type of ass you have. So, if it's coming, it's not coming soon. It's gonna take a while. You mean I can't have an official Yoshi P approved Eorzean BBL? No, you cannot. My catgirl butt is perfect. I don't even want like a big ass. I just want to have like a slightly larger ass. So that my character is not just fucking flat. Oh man. But yes, they also kind of like low-key mention the long hair. Considering other things they talk about later, I do think that we will get longer hairs. You're a bun girl though, you need more ass. So true. So true. I don't think a BBL would look good on Arlu anyway. I don't know, I think everybody could look good with a fat ass. Ever-evolving content. This is basically them rehashing stuff that they talked about at Anaheim. Basically saying, you know, they want to improve how the overworld is structured, things like fights and fates and all that. They want to improve how that runs, the experience that people have with that. Improved quest. They don't talk a lot about this one, but one thing that they do talk about is the potential for having like an auto movement to your quest objectives, to save people time, which I think is kind of funny, kind of dumb, but I do also understand where they are coming from when they talk about its implementation. Essentially what it would do is it would move your character basically along a pathed line that would take you from point A to point B rather than you having to run around and find that path yourself. But they did say that one of the biggest things about it, here's their like visual for it. One of the big things about it though is doing the pathing is a bit rough. So they've been like working on that for a while now. I don't expect that this is something that we will see in 8.0. If it ever gets implemented, I am sure it will be implemented in one of the post content patches. But otherwise, they don't necessarily speak a ton about anything else involving the improved quest. Please let my bangs come down just a little further, Yoshi, please. I can't live this 5-head life any longer. I want you to know I'm placing that on your epitaph when you die, Mare. Everyone could look good with a fat ass. Honestly, please. Better than other things that could be on my fucking epitaph. Which also, have I ever told you guys that when I die, I don't want to be put in a grave. I want to be cremated and made one of those, like, planted trees. You know, where they cremate you and then they put you into, like, the dirt with a seed and you grow into a tree. I want to become like a fucking cool ass tree with like a plaque in front of me that tells people that that tree is me. That's how I want to be buried. I don't want to be in a fucking normal grave. I want to be a tree. Ever evolving battle. This is them going over a couple of things that I don't want to die ever. Well, Jamie, you know what? Specifically, you're not allowed to die. So there you go. That's that. If they don't add a butt slider and they start deciding how fat NPC asses need to be, will they revise the ass sizes of each of the scions? Most likely, yes. Ever evolving battle. They're adding a third difficulty to the 8-person raids. This is all stuff that they talked about back in Anaheim, so this is all rehashing. They go a little further into the new difficulty level, but they still don't give it a name, so we don't have a name for it yet. Obviously, they're not talking about the Alliance raid stuff until Japan, and also have already said that they are going to be adding new types of battle content to the game. Once again, not heavily expanded upon, but you know, we can all kind of think over how that means. So this is them kind of going over the different difficulty options. Obviously, we have normal and we have savage, and then we will now have a new middling difficulty for the normal raids.
Normal and savage.
アナハイムでもお伝えさせていただいた通り、全プレイヤーのクリア
Going
率
on a
っていうの
piece of
が
hair.
And like I mentioned in April, when we're talking about the clear completion rate for these,
ノーマルが 85%、
85% of all players complete the normal.
サベージに関しては 14% から 20%、 まあそれぞれのねレイドによって異なるんですけど、
Again, but for savage raid completion, again, it depends on the raid. That number drops significantly to between 14 and 20%.
まあやっぱりここまで差があるというのはやっぱりノーマルから霊式までの難度差が激しくて、まあ練習もしにくいと。さらにはね、こう霊式の報酬っていうのが装備を取るか取らないかっていう大きな2つの選択肢しかないので、まあやる人とやらない人っていうのにまあ大きく分かれてしまっている。せっかくのコンテンツがあっても数字的に大きな差ができてしまっているという状態です。
The biggest reason, of course, is the difficulty and the amount of commitment it requires to prepare for these challenges. A second factor came down to savage rewards. The only way to obtain these was via the savage raids, meaning it locked out many users, ultimately resulting in this big gap in the numbers of players who were enjoying all this content that we had created.
そこで今回から、この間に新しい難度を作ります。
So to help alleviate this, starting with Evercold, we'll be adding a third difficulty between normal and
What you
savage.
don't see is she actually just keeps she actually just has multiple tacos in her hands, sitting one behind the other,
その難度の想定ですが、
and she's just kind of eating from all of them at different
ご
moments.
く、エクストリームかなと同じ程度かそれよりもうちょっと優しめというのを想定して開発を進めてます。
So to give you an idea of that difficulty, think of it as similar or somewhat easier than the current extreme encounters.
じゃあこれ報酬どうなるんだよみたいな疑問ある
Aqua
と思います。
Magician, exactly.
So some of you are probably now thinking, what about the rewards? What do I get?
ノーマルから今回の
So,
新
okay.
難度を経て、
So like it shows on the bottom there, the new difficulty will be about, if not a little easier than the trial extremes. So it is something that I believe is very doable for the vast majority of the player base. If this is how they are describing it, I think it's a really, really good middle ground between the normal raids and shit like Savage.
霊式へ挑んでもらうみたいな想定ですね、これ自体は。
Again, we want this to act as a stepping stone from normal to savage, where players can gradually hone their skills.
で、報酬です。
So now let's talk about the rewards.
来た。サベージをクリアすると、 レイドギアというのがもらえます。
So, if you complete Savage, you get Raid Gear.
これはレイ式をクリアすると直接ゲットできるので、レイ式を今まで楽しんでる方はあんまりイメージ変わりません。
So, players who challenge the Savage raids will have that opportunity to obtain gear rewards as they always have, directly upon clearing a raid. So it doesn't really change from what it is now.
そしてですね、今回新たなカテゴリーとしてシーズンギアという概念が出ます。
However, now we're going to be adding a new type of category known as Season Gear.
レイドギアというのとはカテゴリーが違うんですが、この新しい
I think that this is a very interesting reward type, and I think that this is something that they are pulling directly from Occult Crescent. I like it though. I think it's going to be neat to see how it works out.
考え方になります。
So, by completing raids in this new difficulty, players can now upgrade incomplete forms of raid gear or season gear, gradually improving that gear and bringing it closer to the specs of Savage counterparts.
ですので、今普段からレイ式やってるっていう方どれぐらいいますか？
All right, so first off, I want to see how many people are playing Savage. How many people tackle Savage? Okay,
おお、すごっ。
that's a lot.
Me.
皆さんはもう最初から別にレイ式行ってもらって大丈夫です。いちいちレイ式行くのに新しい難度クリアしなきゃいけないってことはないです。
So yes, players who are already comfortable with the current Savage difficulty can skip over the new difficulty tier completely and continue to play as you always have. You don't have to clear the new difficulty to be able to go to Savage. You can go straight to Savage.
ただ逆にやっぱ
I think this is around the part where I passed out for a little bit earlier. When we were on stream and I kind of conked out for a minute. I think this is
サ
around
メー
when
ジ
that
難
happened.
しくていけないっていう人はこの新しい難度にチャレンジしてシーズンギアを成長させて最終的にはサベージにぜひチャレンジしてもらいたいなと思ってます。
But it's for those players for whom the Savage hurdle is too high, they can take this new difficulty route, gradually upgrading that season gear. Again, players, you can use this as a training ground for attacking Savage as well. How you play is up to you.
そうもちろんね、その新しい難度でそうサブジョブの練習をしたりしてからね、レイ式挑むぞみたいなプレイスタイルももちろん想定しているので、いろんな形でね、ちょっと実際にプレイしていただくまで感覚分かりづらいと思いますが、3段階難易度を作るというそのリリーススケジュールも含めてですね、エヴァーコールド直前の PLL でもしっかり
Did y'all
フォロー
hear
させて
that
いただ
the
こうと思い
stupid
ます。
PlayStation
And again,
controller? Huh?
you can use
Saber, I don't. What the fuck are you talking about? Did y'all hear about the stupid PlayStation controller patent they recently filed? No, but I'm sure it's dumb. All those tacos and she won't share. Those are her tacos. What do you mean?
use this new difficulty for a lot of different ways. You can use it to practice. You can use
That's
it
a
to
really
get better.
stupid
You can
controller.
use it to upgrade that gear. There's lots of different uses for this new difficulty. Again, I can understand this is somewhat difficult to envision. So as we get closer to launch, we'll be holding a special producer letter from the producer live, where we'll be explaining this whole system in detail.
Ooh,
で
okay.
ね、結局じゃあエヴァーコールドのレイドのテーマ何なのって。
So now you want to know probably the theme of the new.
Okay. This is the big one, guys. This is the big one. This is the part where I woke the fuck up and I screamed a little, and then I had to remind myself that it was 6 a.m. and I should not be screaming.
8-man raid. Coming
It's
up.
time to learn about the fucking 8-man raid. Let me just.
もうちょっと待って。
Okay, wait just a little bit longer.
今日話すから。
I promise I will talk about it today.
いやいや。もうちょっと待って。
Just a little bit longer.
理由があるのよ。
There's a reason.
さあ、次なる進化ですが。
Oh, no,
こち
you're
ら
right. It's in a little bit. Okay. This shit. Okay. System, same region matching. Region, PF, and DF. They are still working on it. I know that they were talking about it potentially coming out this summer. That clearly did not happen. I think maybe they ran into some issues. They do, however, give us a kind of a calendar view of it, though. Let me see if I can pull up the visual. Right. So, October, Japan will get it first. Once it's kind of cleared through Japan, they will introduce it to NA, EU, and China all at the same time. So it's not coming yet, but it is still coming. They are working on it. We should still have it in place before Evercold launches. That is basically, that is that. But it is gonna go to JP first. But we already knew that. They talked about it in Anaheim, so nobody can act like, oh my god, why does JP get to do it first? Blah, 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 blah. They already talked about it. Because they gotta make sure that that shit works first.
Okay, now that we've covered the big steps, let's take a look at where the development team is in regard to some of the more minor updates coming in Evercold.
Okay.
Again, we mentioned much of this in Anaheim, so we're going to just speed through it.
Yeah, this is little things, little cap increase. We're gonna get treasure hunts, fates, and the hunt. We already knew these things.
So along with a level cap increase, the team is working hard on bringing you all new features such as treasure hunt.
Yeah, the influx of JP alts is gonna be crazy. Yeah, so this is kind of our preview of the dungeons that we get. The one in the top left is the one that fascinates me the most. Because while the rest of these look like they are part of the airships, that one is clearly on the surface. And I find that interesting with how it looks. If they put a volcano on an airship, that's badass as hell. If they put a volcano on an airship, I genuinely wonder why. I personally think that the top left image is on the surface. I think that the top right and the bottom left are from the same dungeon, and I think they potentially are from the same dungeon. And then obviously we've got what would likely be the dungeon for like Ringhorny, in the bottom right. I'm not even gonna read what you said. It's not coming yet, but it's still coming. Amric, win Minty, yeah. Shut the fuck up.
Work on all the new dungeons is also coming along nicely.
By the fury I'm giving birth. No.
We've brought some art and first-time screenshots to give you a better idea of what's coming in 8.0.
I really like this one. It looks like it's probably from maybe the Earth airship. I can't tell if it's abandoned or if it's just been destroyed recently, because there's no growth. There's nothing that shows me that time has passed.
Okay.
But I would be interested. I'm interested to see how it looks.
Proceeding nicely, so we brought an actual screenshot rather than art.
But also, I mean, look at the detailing in the wood paneling, guys. The fucking environmental
空
artist
挺の
absolutely
上とは
destroyed
思えないようなね
Evercold.
なんか異物みたいなダンジョン
And it's hard to believe that this one takes place on an airship.
さあ2枚目
There's our second.
こちらフィールドに見えるけどこれダンジョンです
Again, this looks like a field, but it is a dungeon.
The sheep.
ほう見える動物あれなんです
Sheep, sheep, sheep.
We have the sheep, yeah.
猛烈に襲ってきそう
Are they going to all gather together and attack you en masse?
ねえそして3枚目
We have the third.
なんじゃこりゃ明らかにこう
That's a
Nice,
boss battle.
nice
Yeah,
big old
yeah,
boss
the
arena.
maybe maybe boss battle stage まあなんとも不思議な感じですねこれね
Again, very fantastical area.
さらに
I think this one looks so fucking cool. I think this like tornado one from the airship looks so fucking cool. You get the secret boss from The Witcher 3 when you kill too many cows. I forgot about that. That's crazy. What a pull, Dave. No, this one looks so fucking cool. It's very feels like Barbaricha, but if
なん
Barbaricha
だ
was cool.
打って変わってねこの竜巻の中
This looks like it's inside a tornado.
落ちたら間違いなくバラバラになるでしょ
They're
I don't
called
imagine you want
short.
to fall off those platforms.
さらにですねなんか
Sorry, I'm dissecting the image before me right now. Maybe the Earth one is abandoned. Why would it be abandoned? No, actually, I don't think that this is on an airship. I think this is a floating island. I do not think that. I think this is abandoned because it's specifically not on an airship, actually. Looking around at the terrain and also seeing in the distance other floating isles with buildings on them. I think this one is not part of an airship. I think this is an abandoned civilization that is in the sky.
遺跡みたいですねこれね
These look like some sort of ruins.
Still hilarious that there's an Aurora Reborn dragon called Shuno Yuno.
島みたいなのも
We've got some floating islands there in the back as well.
さらになんか緑色のオブジェクトも見える
We have
でも
something, that green thing in the back, don't know what that is.
やっぱりこれ屋外っぽいね
Again, this also looks like another one of those outdoor
でも
dungeons.
ダンジョンですねこれははい
I almost wonder if the crystals were harvested from like larger growths. The crystals that we see in the airships. Because that one looks way larger than the crystals that we see in Naglfar and Ringhorny.
よいしょ一転してこちらはこれはちょっとダンジョンらしいね
Yeah, this has the look of a dungeon, right? This is what we think.
まあ洞窟のようにも見えるんですけど人工物多数ありますね
Again, it's like a cave, but we also have a lot of man-made objects in there as well.
お
This room looks
cube
stutsy as hell.
It kind of has
Look at that
royal
black
palace
and gold
look to it.
marbling.
でもさ
Uh-huh.
床の
What
丸を
fancy
めっ
bitch
ちゃ気になら
lives
ない
here?
これ
So you look on the floor and you start seeing those shapes on the floor.
絶対 AOE 来
You
る
know the AOE, where the AOE is going to come?
いや
That's
めっちゃ気になりますねというわけで、ダンジョンの開発も順調に進んでおります、
The mayor of
work on
Horny's
these
office.
dungeons is
Stop
proceeding
that.
smoothly, and we'll have more to release in the future.
そしてですね新しい
Yeah, here they
装
show
備
us a
関連
few
の
of the
制作というのも進んでおり
outfits.
ますのでアートワークでちょっと
If that's not the red mage glam right there, I wonder if that's Bard, maybe? Because they showed us what the red mage one was. If that's Bard, I really like that look. Very troubadour-esque. I like it.
ご紹介しようと思います
Work on new gear is also proceeding smoothly, but we have some artwork for you on these today.
So they show us the warrior, the ninja, the monk. They all look...
I'm guessing you don't need
Can I just say, I love the ninja set. I love the ninja set. Look at that. That looks so fucking cool. That might be one of my favorite ninja outfits yet.
Need me to tell you which jobs these are for?
まあ元々のねイメージを踏襲しつつさまざまなモチーフが、デザインに込められてますね。
Again, so those designs and motifs are again used to match the feel of that each job.
おお
Oh,
おおこちらもバトル系のジョブ装備。
I love how excited the room gets for the Red Mage Glam, because the Red Mage Glam fucking eats. It's so good. Not a damn crumb left to be found. It looks superb. It is crazy. I'm so excited for that Red Mage Glam. Looks so fucking good. That is certifiably some hot girl shit right there. I love Red Mage. Red Mage is one of the only jobs in the game I feel like has never lost with how their gear, like how their relic gear looks. I think it always absolutely eats every fucking time. Picto is certainly a look. I do not think I like it. I don't hate it, but it's definitely not for me, babe. It is definitely not for me. And Sage sadly continues to suffer from being Sage. Though it does look nice. Never get me wrong. The Sage glams look nice, but they all look terrifyingly similar. Like, ridiculously similar.
yeah, these are also more designs for the Disciples of War and Magic.
まあね白銀の世界に舞う赤魔同士なんかめっちゃ映えそうだね。
That red mage gear will kind of look great in a frozen landscape.
Yeah.
Yeah, it will.
そしてもちろん
And then they show us some of the crafter gears. I'm pretty sure that on the left, I think is either leatherworker or botanist. It's going to be one of those two. The middle obviously is weaver, and the one on the right is obviously culinarian. I think they all look great. I think the weaver top fucking eats. I love it. She looks gorgeous.
Got gear for our Disciples of the Land in Hand as well.
はい
New Sage outfit, slightly different cut of jacket. Yeah, pretty much.
ミラプリの進化というのもあってぜひぜひ
You'll be able to find.
Yes, I think that's all. They show us some enemy design. Look at these fucking... They look so good. I have never been this excited about enemy design in 14. 14 has some good-looking enemies. Do not get me wrong. But they have gone so far out for the enemies in Evercold. They look fucking awesome. They look so fucking cool.
第4世界脅威だらけでございます。
There's a lot of trouble in the fourth awaiting you.
皆さんにとっていいことなのか悪いこと
I wanted to pause on this earlier because what do we have? We have like a Thorish fiery figure, fire salamander looking thing. I can't even tell what the yellow motherfucker in the middle is. We have a like dark version of the siren from Pharaoh Sirius. We have like a light worm and a dark worm. We have the guy from the Bastion trailer, and then some sort of Seraphemi looking knight motherfucker in the back right.
ことなのか
It is very funny. They did do a really good job of making this so hodgepodge that it's a bit difficult to tell what the fuck is what.
In that picture.
なんかやばそうなのしかいない。
Yeah, this picture's wild.
But I'm also absolutely certain that only like one or two of these guys is like a final boss in a dungeon. The rest of these guys are mini bosses. Absolutely. There's no way they would show us this many of like fucking final bosses.
方が多いと思いますんで、まあ見づらくしております。あえて
Crazy.
こちらも
Challenges planned for all of you, and we plan on adding
Duty
more, and we'll give you
support.
updates in the future.
まあ冒険を支えてくれるこれらね各種システムの中でも
Dookie
特に大きい
support.
のが
Okay.
このコンテンツサポーターです。
And we can't forget this update. We have big things planned for the duty support.
このコンテンツサポーターに関連する大きなアップデートとしてこちら
This is a big one, guys. This
And
is a
that
big
starts with
one.
this.
It's time for
あいった
chicken upgrade. Chocobo companion overhaul, baby. Your chicken, once again, is important. Congratulations. He is now one of your elite employees.
So Chocobo companions have long been a central component.
Okay, I'll give you the overview for this. Essentially, what they are doing is they are adding a duty support that is essentially, it's called dungeoneering, and you'll be able to pair up with someone else and bring in your 2 chocobos, and then it can be 2 folks and 2 chocobos making a light party. It's fucking cute. They're also going to do a major overhaul of the breeding system, including how Gesho greens and basic commands work. These things will come one after the other. The dungeoneering first, then the chocobo breeding next. The dungeoneering will come out in 8.1, and then the chocobo breeding will follow at some point afterwards. Essentially, this is going to allow you, in some capacity, I don't know, they don't say if you will have to level your chocobo all the way to max in order to do this, but I can assume that you might have to. But either way, you'll be able to run dungeons with your feckin' chicken. You will be able to run dungeons with your chimkin. Everybody clap. Now Yoshi P announce Grand Company reworks.
Raid, but before that, about the actual content coming
Okay.
in 8.0. First off, the Alliance raid, but before that, some water.
Yes.
I'm actually gonna skip over the Alliance raid bit, because I don't want them to mute any more of my damn video. Basically what happens here is they had a technical issue where the trailer simply did not play, so we just kind of sat here for a couple minutes and waited. This is basically them announcing that they will have special guest artist and designer Mahiro Mada, who was an artist and designer on Evangelion Thrice Upon a Time and on Mad Max Fury Road. Will be working on the Evangelion Alliance raids. They kind of give you a bit of background on him. Basically all to say, the raid is in really good hands. Yeah, they kind of give you a little bit of background information on him just to kind of let you know. This man is as old as my mother, born in 1963. Absolutely wild. But yeah, this is them basically, they don't have any images, they don't have any footage, but this is them basically saying, hey, the Alliance raid is being worked on, it's in really good hands, we have artists who have worked on Evangelion before who are a part of this. Very exciting, okay.
It's about time.
まあもちろんエバーコールドでも8人レイドね PVP のアップデートそして絶シリーズのコンテンツも続いていきます
So in addition to our Alliance raid 8.0, we'll also be bringing new 8-player raid series, updates to PvP, and an all-new Ultimate raid.
絶妖精乱舞皆さんいかがでしたか
Speaking of which, how was Kefka and Dancing Mad Ultimate?
Kefka.
配信も含めてですね非常に盛り上げていただきました開発チーム運営チーム一同、大変嬉しく思っております
We here on the dev team have been extremely appreciative of all the players and streamers out there keeping up the hype.
今後もですね盛り上がっていただけるコンテンツ、お届けしていきますが
Ultimates don't suck,
And we hope
Jamie.
we can follow up with something just as exciting.
長らくお待たせしました次は8人レイドのテーマ お伝えしていこうと思います。
And so I imagine the biggest question on everyone's mind is,
Okay, this is the moment. This is the moment. And all of the odds. Okay. This is I would say that this is the moment of the keynote right here. Please enjoy. I did scream a bit when they announced this. I was very excited. I'm still very excited. I'm very giddy.
what is the theme of the new 8-player raid series?
Listen.
さて、そのヒントとなるまずはこのサウンドをお聞きいただこうと思います。
So, to give you a hint, we want you to listen to this track. Play it.
Gang. Evercold's about to be fucking goated as hell. Here we go, baby! 8-person raid is gonna be fucking Final Fantasy VII collab, baby! Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go.
かつて X シリーズで、繰り広げられるのはファイナルファンタジー7リメイクシリーズとのクロスオーバー。
They are doing
Beyond the Life Stream と言います。
They are doing the 8-man raids. They are going to be Final Fantasy VII in theme. Yeah, specifically Final Fantasy VII remakes. Beyond the live stream. I will go ahead and tell you, they do not tell us in what way this will be implemented, whether this will be along the lines of, say, the Nier raid, or something more along the lines of the Eden raid. They just kind of give us the overview here. But needless to say, be fucking hyped.
さあ、ではここでスペシャルゲストをお呼びしたいと思います。
And to help give us a little sneak peek of what is to come, I'd like to welcome to the stage a special guest.
ファイナルファンタジー7リメイクシリーズディレクターの浜口直樹です。
Remake series director Naoki Hamaguchi.
Or bring out Hamaguchi. There he is. And his name card breaks. Yes, it's very exciting. Okay, this portion of it is a very long presentation. I do recommend you watch it on your own time if you want. This all starts towards the end of the second hour, so around 2:50, 2 hours 50 minutes is about when it does on the live stream. I just want to kind of get to the specifics because it is a very long section. But basically, all of it goes to say. That they have been working closely with the 14 and between the 14 and the 7 teams, attempting to create a story that mixes well in with the lore, not only of 14, but also of 7. Obviously the first 3 tiers will be starting in 8.01, which should come 2 to 3 weeks after the drop of 8.0. It will include all 3 difficulties, including normal and savage, and the new difficulty. I'm trying to find where they get into more of the information. They do have Toriyami and the 14 scenario team are working on the story alongside Nojima, but this is the one that I'm excited about. The art design supervisor is fucking Tetsuya Nomura, which if you don't know, that's the motherfucker that makes Kingdom Hearts. That's the bitch that does Kingdom Hearts, guys. So this shit is gonna eat like crazy. I am very excited about this. This is the guy that has worked on Kingdom Hearts. And I am very excited because this, you know what this means, baby. You know what this means. This much closer to to Kingdom Hearts collab maybe. But yeah, he's worked on the FF7 remakes and everything. But specifically in terms of his art direction, he did a lot of it for Kingdom Hearts. It's very exciting. I'm very excited. I think it's gonna look great. I trust that the teams, and I talked about this before, 14 is a game where even when they have had weird raid collabs, they are very on it. They do not like things to feel too out of place. The Nier one was kind of a weird one, but I think that they, for the most part, worked it in as best they could. I think this will be much easier. I think it's going to be very interesting. I'm excited to see how they do it. I'm excited for the rewards that will come from this raid series. I fully suspected this was coming simply because they have been dropping so many FF7 related hints recently in 14 that I was like, yeah, there's got to be something big that they are doing in the game that is going to be FF7 related. Trying to get to the next.
I mean, we're going to be getting some important visitors from FF7 into.
Yeah, they basically talk about they're also gonna have like they went back and forth on like which characters might make appearances in the raids, things like that. And they kind of went back and forth of like, oh, they wanted to add so many people. So I can't say for certain not to expect things like Cloud or Aerith or Tifa or Barrett. I can't say that those people will not show up. But I don't know how likely main cast is to be in it. Yeah, we already know that Cat Sith is going to be in there somewhere because not only are we getting FF7 raids, we're also getting... Shut up.
7.56.
So in 7.56, not only are we getting MSQ Part 2 and Beastmaster, we're also getting...
The introduction of our new special job, Beastmaster.
We're also getting...
But a little while after the 7.56 release, we'll be introducing one more surprise.
Gold Saucer update, baby!
ゴールドソーサーに新しいコンテンツが登場します。
A new attraction for the gold saucer is dropping.
Yeah, so we are getting a new... I don't know if this is just going to be a new wing or if it's going to be like a different building entirely. But we will be getting a gold saucer update in 14, which will include a nice new little area. You can tell that while this looks crazy, I think for the most part this isn't I think this is already in 14. You can see that it uses the Eorzean script in a lot of the spots. I don't know to what detailing, because this looks like hyper HD compared to what most of 14 is. But you can also see a little guy there in like normal 14 garb. You can also see Tifa and Barrett in the background, I'm just now realizing. Literally, there's Tifa, and then there's Barrett, and then there's Kite Sith. But not only are we getting a new Gold Saucer wing, we're also getting a new Gold Saucer game. And it's a fucking typing game. I am not shitting you. We are getting a goddamn typing game in 14. They took us not being able to read very fucking personally at this point. And they said, you're gonna learn. You're gonna fucking learn. They said, I'm tired of you being illiterate. You will become literate, motherfucker. I do believe that they specified that a lot of the terminology that will be in the typing game will specifically be FF7 related, but because of the way that the game is made, yeah, Keyboard Brawler coming October 28th. It will it is definitely a system, a format that is open to adding in different subject matter. So maybe other Final Fantasy games, other collab games, however they want. Yoshi P even said if other companies want to do a version of this in the game, hit him up. I'm weirdly excited for Keyboard Brawler game. I think that is so cute, and I love a little keyboard typing game. It will also come with special rewards. Some of these special rewards include, but are not limited to, I'm getting to it. A Tifa and a Barret glam from the Gold Saucer. You will be able to look like Tifa and Barret now in Final Fantasy XIV. These are the only two that they show. They do not mention whether there will be any more glams than this. This is all we know for now, or if there are other glams where they would be gotten from. There does seem to be like there's going to be a few different FF7 things involved with Evercold, so it's a little difficult to like say where things are going to come from. Also, if you're worried about but Barret, where's Barret's gun? Barret's gun is very important to the character. You can have the gun. It's going to be a fashion accessory. The gun is its own special fashion accessory. So don't you worry your pretty little head, Barret lovers. It'll be a good time to be had by all. So, not only are we getting a 30th anniversary Evangelion Alliance raid in Evercold, we're also getting a 30th anniversary FF7 normal raid and Gold Saucer update in 14. Truly, we are the winningest motherfuckers ever. It's very exciting. It's very fun. I think that's also kind of where we end the keynote. I believe the only other thing that they really touched base on was, the Nintendo Switch 2, which will be coming in August. How that all works. We all remember the really tense fight where Dad was telling us about how he and Mom had a really rough custody battle. Remember that if you do get it on the Switch, you will have to pay for a separate sub. But also, if you have an active subscription on other platforms with Final Fantasy XIV, the Nintendo Switch 2 subscription version will have a 50% off discount. You also do not need Nintendo Switch Online memberships in order to play. But this will go live in August. Huzzah. Pre-orders do start today if you are someone who is interested in that as well. And I do believe that is where we ended. Oh, no, never mind. I'm wrong. Complete collector's edition of Evercold is going to have this wonderful image of Meteor as a Reaper, alongside a custom Meteor Reaper figurine. Yes, you do need a different sub in order to play on Switch. Basically, they couldn't get them to kind of tie the systems together because Nintendo is a bitch. So basically what it is you will have to pay a separate subscription fee for the Nintendo Switch version, for the Nintendo Switch 2 version of Final Fantasy XIV. Now, if you have an active FF14 subscription on PC, PlayStation, or Xbox, you will get a 50% discount on the Nintendo Switch 2 version of the game. You also do not need Nintendo Switch Online in order to play FF14 on the Switch. When they were first explaining it in Anaheim, this all seemed like it was a very long fucking battle to get Nintendo to work with them. I don't think that they really wanted this to be the case, but this was clearly the best outcome. I have to sneeze. For everything. But yes. Collector's bundle. Hi, Ruben. So collector's bundle will have this beautiful art of Meteor and the Reaper. It will also include this beautifully detailed Reaper figurine, as well as a keychain of the keystone of Ethos, and a key of our new little furry friends, the new small NPC race from Evercold. It will also include a small tapestry of the freezing world tree that we see from the trailer. It will also include the in-game digital rewards. This is just Yoshi P showing them off in real time. It's very funny. He has them all on display, but then also holds up a second copy of everything. It's not like it's any closer or anything, but it's all there on display. You will also gain the in-game... oh, wait, actually, this shows off the... so you will also get the in-game rewards of the Crystal Skiltborg, the Valhalla Odin mount, and the Entreat Crystal emote. Here it will showcase... the mount for you. The mount, by the way, is from Final Fantasy 13. That would be why the warrior is wearing the lightning outfit, for those of you who don't know. It's a fucking cool mount. So these are all the in-game items that you will receive with the collector's bundle. Please be aware that these items will also be available in the digital collector's bundle. So it's literally just the digital rewards. If you don't want to get like the full collector's bundle, this is basically like the next lowest tier. They look quite nice. I would need to see the Entreat Crystal emote to know if that was worth the money to pay for it, but they normally don't skimp out on the collector's rewards, so I would think that it is still quite a nice emote to have. But that is that's it. That's it for the keynote. That's literally all we get for the keynote. Lots of rehashing from Anaheim, which is to be, again, expected from EU. EU, again, suffers that middle child syndrome. You don't have the newness of the things announced at Anaheim, but you also don't have the major announcements that come from being the final Fanfest of JP. So lots of rehashing, but also still some really good points made in the keynote today, things to be excited for. I think lots of lore information has been given to us that is going to lead us to some really fascinating and fun places. Everyone look forward to Tokyo Fan Fest because that shit's probably going to be wild as hell. Hi, Rosie.
Information.
But otherwise, they will continue on towards the opening ceremony. And the developer panels. I'm trying to see if I can find when the live letter begins. Because that is the part that I have not seen yet. Oh, we're almost there. The live letter is going to be a lot of Beastmaster information. I have not seen this myself yet, so we're all going to be kind of watching this together for the first time. This live letter is for 7.56. Oh, thank you, Rosie. Big huggies to you as well.
Hello everyone, thank you very for joining. It's time for Letter from the Producer Live, number 93.
93.
Yeah, that's a lot. Hey, let us begin with our self-introduction. 第93回プロデューサーレターライブをお送りしたいと思います。まずは自己紹介。
Oh, if it's the 93rd one, that means that we'll probably hit Producer Live Letter 100 at some point during Evercold. That's kind of lovely. I kind of love that.
はい、ファイナルファンタジー14プロデューサー兼ディレクターの吉田です。よろしくお願いします。
Hello everyone, I'm Naoki Yoshida, producer and director of Final Fantasy XIV.
ちょっと重たかったんで、すっぴんというジョブをねちょっと外しました。はい。
Yes, that gear there was a little bit heavy, so I've stripped down, as it were.
Sorry.
いいですね。And today's main guest、本日のメインゲストです。中川さん。
Mr. Ozma!
リードバトルコンテンツデザイナーの中川です。よろしくお願いします。
I'm lead battle content designer, Nakagawa. It's a pleasure.
そして今日は中川さんをお迎えして本日の PLL のトピック。
He looks all normal and shit. This man is demented. This man is certifiably demented.
なんですが、so with having Nakagawa san today, today's topic, main topic for the PLL is screen.
A screen.
Yes.
Yes.
It's all
Beastmaster,
about
let's go,
魔
baby.
術界についてたっぷりお届けしたいと思いますので、どうぞよろしくお願いします。
お願いします。
お願いします。
もう今日は普段のプロデューサーレターライブだと、まあいろんなコンテンツの紹介あるんですけど、何分ですね。
Can y'all hear the stream?
中川オズマ正樹が
Hear that well enough, or is it a bit
力を込め
quiet?
て作ったこのビーストマスター、すごい物量のコンテンツになってるので、
そうなんですよ。
今日の PLL では、ビーストマスターだけ特集で、お届けしたいと思います。
Of course, in typical PLLs, we will be showcasing a variety of content that's coming to the game. But for today, we are bringing the spotlight on Beastmaster, because I think it would be no exaggeration to say that Masaki, Mr. Ozma Nakagawa here, has poured his heart and soul into the development of the content, and there's really plenty to get your teeth
His natural like sitting face makes me feel like he's constantly plotting to kill someone.
stuck into. So please join us for this Beastmaster special.
Yeah.
Yes. では早速始めてまいります。
はい。
はい。
Let's begin. So can you move to the seat, please? 座席の方へ移動しましょう。
今日は開発サーバーにつないで実機も使いますんで、お楽しみに。
Yes, today we are connected to our development server, and we are going to bring you live gameplay, so I hope you can look forward to it.
でもすいません、ちょっと始まる前に1点だけ吉田さん、少し私の方から皆さんにお知らせしたいことがあるんですけれども、いいでしょうか？ I'm so sorry. Before we get started, 吉田さん、I actually really need to apologize for something? Would you allow me to have a moment?
どうぞ。
Of course.
So, for those with keen eyes, you may have noticed that there was a spelling mistake in our keynote speech this morning. It is such a thrill to be here as the newest member of the localization team, representing them for the first time to talk about our grave errors. The new player town is called Fargarth, with an R. If you look on our social media channels or on our website, you will find that the spelling is correct. So if I could just borrow Yoshida-san's kairos from the keynote speech this morning and ask you all to forget about that for another extra 2 seconds or so, then we'll all be good. Okay, taking off my localization hat and putting back on my interpreting hat, let me pass the baton back over. ですいません、今は英語のローカライズのミスについてのお詫びですので、特に日本語でプレイされている方は特に気にしなくて大丈夫です。改めて6チームを代表して深くお詫びいたします。それではお戻しいたします。大変。
まあ簡単に言うとファルガルズのスペルをミスってたって
Yeah,
いうことを
I noticed that earlier, and I was like, maybe I'm misremembering. No, there was a spelling mistake. It's Fargarth without the extra R.
らしいです。まあエレンさんがね別に悪いわけじゃないんで。
Yes, of course, it was simply a spelling mistake, but of course, Ellen, you were not responsible for that at all.
はい、というわけで、始めていこうと思うんですけど、ここにねちょっと紹介したいフィギュアがあってですね。
So without further ado, I do want to start the show, but there's a figure here that I'd like to show you guys.
Yes, somebody gave Yoshidi, oh my gosh, Yoshi P, a custom figure of his Warrior of
ハンドメイ
Light.
ドだって。
I actually received this from a player earlier. It's a handmade model of my Lala.
でしかもねこれね。
Man really came on stage and said, I want to show you guys the gift that I got.
手がね
It's cool as shit.
マージャンパイ持ってるやつに取り替えられるって。
And it has interchangeable hands.
Oh, that's
closer
cool.
to Yoshida-san's finger?
なんとトルコから運んできてくださったそうでちょっと紹介させていただきました。ありがとうございます。
I heard they very kindly brought it over from Turkey, so I thought I just have to show this to everyone. Thank you so much.
Very good. Oh god, why did the quality drop?
Now I'm a bit nervous how we can bring back to our office. どうやってオフィスに持ち帰るかちょっと今から
そうね。
ドキドキしております。
そうね。
Oh, yes, of course.
Oh yeah, no, traveling with that is going to
We'll
be
make it somehow.
nauseating.
さあどうぞ行きましょうか。じゃあ早速ですが、まあ一言ね、久しぶりだもん。
そうですね。
So, without further ado, let's get started. But I think it's been a while since you've been on these kinds of panels, right?
まあ自己紹介してもらいつつ進めてまいりましょうか。
So, yeah, let's start with your self-introduction and then work our way through.
はい、英語で
お
やらせていただきます。
はい。
はい、I'm Masaki Nakagawa, lead encounter designer. Today, I'll be showing you what makes Beastmaster so much fun by playing it myself. This is actually my first time playing the game live in front of such a large audience. So, if I make any mistakes, please go easy on me.
Bless him. Hey, listen, nobody said that making the battle content meant you were good at the battle content, alright? Sometimes you make things, but you're still really bad at them, you know?
Okay, so today's topic is all about Beastmaster. 本日の、トピックは
ごめんなさい。
魔術界についてのすべてということですので、ここからの進行は中川さんにお任せしたいと思います。So 中川さん、please lead the presentation.
はい。
はい。ちょっと返しのモニターにパワーポイントを。
ああそうですね。ここに
お願いします
すいません。リハーサルやったはずなのにスクリーンが欲しいです。
So, this is a request for our event staff. We would like to have...
あ、オッケーオッケー。
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
はい、今日のプロデューサーレターライブは魔術界特集ということで、前半は魔術界のジョブシステムについてご紹介させていただきます。
So today is PLL is the special feature on Beastmaster, and I'd like to start by explaining the general job system to you.
まあすでに紹介した部分なんでそのあたりはさらっと流していく予定です。
Well, yes, we have already talked about this previously, so we'll just run through this very quickly.
で後半は魔獣使い専用コンテンツである東獣連の紹介をさせていただきます。
And in the second half, I'd like to go over the dedicated Beastmaster content that is the Crucible of the Unbroken.
はい、では次のスライドお願いします。
So moving on.
ではテンポよく前半は行きたいと思います。
So I'd like to go through this at quite a good pace for the start.
魔獣使いの解放条件から見ていきます。
So first of all, the unlock conditions.
魔術使いを解放するためにはファイターソーサラーが1つレベル50以上である必要があります。
So to unlock Beastmaster, you first of all need to have one Disciple of War or Magic at level 50 or above.
で新生編 2.0 のメインクエストをコンプリートする必要があります。
And you need to have completed the 2.0 main scenario quests for A Realm Reborn.
さらに黄金のレガシーの権利が必要です。
And you need to have Dawn Trail registered to your account.
では次のスライドお願いします。
And next.
では概要の方を見ていきます。魔獣使いの武器は見ての通り片手斧で左手に盾を持っています。
So as you can see here, the weapon that the Beastmaster uses is a one-handed axe, and they have a shield in their other hand.
ロールは近接 DPS で初期レ
I'm gonna squeeze us through to the newer content bit, because this is all stuff that we already knew. All stuff that we had been talked about previously, both in live letters and in and at the last Fanfest. I'm sure more than anything we're all dying to see how Crucible is. If I can find where the gameplay starts. Oh.
魔術使いの仕様を説明していくのですが、さまざまなデバッグコマンドを使用するので、あまり驚かないでください。
So as I go through various explanations, I'm going to be using a lot of debug commands, so don't let that put you off.
テンポよく説明するためのものです。
It's just so I can get through this quickly, okay?
では魔獣使いのペットを呼び出すところからご紹介していきます。
Okay, so first I'll go over how you call upon your familiars.
ペットを呼び出すためには呼び笛というアクションにペットを登録する必要があります。
So to call upon your familiars, you need to assign them to battle horns, which are specific actions you have.
魔獣図鑑を開いてペットを選択して登録したい呼び笛を選択します。
So first we open up our master's bestiary, and then we select the familiar that we would like to assign to a battle horn.
I do believe they
フギ
also
ル
went
と
over
スライ
this
ムと
in
コブランを呼び笛に登録しました。
So as you can see, I've
The
registered
last
the
live
Pugil,
letter,
the
I
Slime, and the Goblin.
魔獣使いのレベルが上がっていくと最大で3つまで呼び笛アクションを習得することができます。との
Battle horn,
5戦ことができます。
and if you're not actively in combat, you can use the battle horns as many times as you like with no cooldown. So as you can see here, I'm just summoning and unsummoning them.
では少し戦ってみます。
Okay, so let's have a bit of a fight.
魔獣使いが敵に攻撃を開始するとペットも自動的にオートアタックを開始します。
So when the Beastmaster begins to attack a target, your familiar will automatically start attacking the same target.
先ほど説明した最後の一撃を使ってみます。
So let's use Parting Blow, which I explained a moment ago.
このようにペットが範囲攻撃を行ってから帰還します。
You see that the familiar has used an area of effect attack and then left.
戦闘中にペットが帰還した場合は対応する呼び笛アクションのリキャストタイマーが回り始めます。
And what you'll see is that as soon as the familiar left the field, the battle horn that it was assigned to has started the cooldown counter.
ですのでこの呼び笛アクションのリキャストタイマーを無駄なく管理しながらペットをローテーションしていくというのが魔獣使いの基本的な戦い方になります。
So the basic way of fighting as a Beastmaster is to manage these recast timers on your different battle horns to rotate through the familiars that you have assigned to them.
では次に放つと借りるについてもう少し詳しく説明していきます。
Okay, so next I'd like to explain Tempered Release and Borrow in a little bit more detail.
この放つと借りるというアクションは人獣同調というステータスを消費することで使用できます。
And you can use Tempered Release or Borrow by consuming this status effect, One with Nature.
つまりペットを呼び出したときにこの人獣同調というステータスは魔獣使いに付与されます。
And this status is applied to the Beastmaster whenever you call out a familiar with the battle horn.
つまりペットを呼び出すたびに放つか借りるのどちらか1回を使用できるようになります。
So in other words, every time you call a familiar to the field, you can either use tempered release or borrow once.
ですので戦闘の状況に応じて放つを使うのか借りるを使うのかっていう判断を何度も行っていくことになります。
So essentially, you have to constantly be thinking, at this point where I am in this fight, would it be better for me to use tempered release or would it be better for me to use borrow here?
これらを踏まえて少し敵と戦ってみます。
So with that in mind, I'd like to fight an enemy.
デバッグコマンドを使いました。
That was a debug command.
サンドバッグをキルすると爆発するっていう。
Oh, yes. Once you have that sandbag, it just blows up.
今呼び出しているプギルというペットは水星孔に属するペットなので借りるを使うことでクエリングウェーブつまり魔法遠隔攻撃が使用できるようになります。
So the Boogiel that I've got summoned at the moment is a Wavekin, so if I use borrow, I will be able to use Quelling Wave, which is a ranged magic attack.
一方で放つつまりプギルのアビリティはウォーターウォールというアクションで魔法被ダメージを軽減できます。
On the other hand, if I were to use tempered release, that would order the familiar to use Water Wall, which reduces magic vulnerability.
ですので先ほども説明したように状況に応じてどっちを使うのかを考えていくことになります。
So as I explained earlier, you essentially want to think about which would be the best choice to use in a given situation.
今回ボムと戦うためにクエリングウェーブの方を使って戦ってみます。
And since we're fighting a bomb here, I think I'll use Quelling Wave.
では戦います。
I'm going to go beat it up.
このように遠隔攻撃ができます。
And now, because I have Quelling Wave, I can do a ranged attack like this.
だからこれはペットから技を借りたってことですね。
So that means you borrowed the ability from your familiar.
はい。最後の一撃を使用してペットをスライムに入れ替えます。
Yes. And now I'll use Parting Blow and call upon Slime instead.
今度はスライムのアビリティを放つによって使わせます。
And this time I'll use Tempered Release to get my slime to use its ability.
スライムのアビリティは敵をバインドする効果があります。
The slime's ability can bind an enemy.
ですのでクエリングウェーブとスライムのアビリティを組み合わせることでこのように敵に一方的に攻撃することができます。
So that means that by combining the slime's ability and Quelling Wave, I'm able to sort of attack the enemy from quite a one-sided position here.
Ooh, that's
しば
interesting.
らく
I like
戦いま
that.
す。
I'm just going to fight it for a bit.
30秒のバインドだから大きいよね。
Yeah, it's a 30-second bind, so quite a lot.
Yeah, 30-second bind is
今
crazy,
度はボム
actually.
が自爆の詠唱を始めたので10項であるホブランから
Interrupt,
借りるをします。
And as you can see, the bomb has started to cast self-destruct, so I am going to use Borrow from my Coblin, which is a Soulkin.
これによって詠唱中断ができます。
And this means I'll be able to interrupt this.
Oh, that's really cool.
敵をキルします。
And I'm just going to kill it with debug.
はい、簡単な紹介ではありました
Just gonna kill
が
it with
このように放つと借りるを組み合わせることでユニークな戦い方ができるというのが魔術界のジョブシステムの特徴になります。
Okay, so that was a fairly simple explanation, but I hope you can see that one of the things that makes Beastmaster so unique is the ability to combine tempered release and borrow in lots of unique and different ways.
放つによるアビリティの数は50種類あって借りるは8種類あるのでさまざまなアクションを組み合わせて遊んでいただければと思っています。
And as mentioned, there are a full 50 different abilities that you gain access to with tempered release and 8 from borrow. So I really hope that everyone will kind of experiment with different combinations and find something that feels good.
I like it.
はい、では
I
最後
like
に
it.
重心ギウェポン
Picasso.
スキルというものについて説明します。
Okay, and finally, I'd like to explain a little bit about instinctual skills.
では一旦パワーポイントの方に戻してください。
If we could go back to the PowerPoint, please.
重心ギウェポンスキルは TP ゲージを消費して実行するウェポンスキルになります。
So these instinctual skills consume TP.
魔獣使いとペットはそれぞれが TP ゲージを持っています。
So both the Beastmaster and the Familiar have their own TP gauges.
魔獣使い自身は4つの重心技ウェポンスキルを使うことができます。
As Beastmaster, you will have access to 4 instinctual skills.
一方でペットは1種類のみ重心技ウェポンスキルを使用することができます。
On the other hand, each familiar has access to 1 instinctual skill.
これらの重心技ウェポンスキルを7秒以内に連続して使用することで重心技連携が発生します。
And if you use the Beastmaster's instinctual skill and the Beast's instinctual skill within 7 seconds of each other, you will achieve a instinctual combo.
重心技連携が発動すると敵に追撃ダメージを与えることができます。
And if you successfully perform a combo, this will deal additional follow-up damage to the enemy.
さらに重心技ウェポンスキルには重心技属性というものが設定されています。
And these instinctual skills have different affinities.
緑色のアイコンの重心技ウェポンスキルには重心技属性小が設定されています。
So the green icon, instinctual skills with the green icon have the affinity volant.
赤いウェポンスキルにはもう、青には剣、茶色には魔という属性が設定されています。
Red is rampant, blue is durant, and brown is eldritch.
ごめんなさい。
これらの属性をジョブハットの時計回りの順番で
Why is
つ
Yoshi
な
P
げると
suddenly on an
重心技
intercom?
連携でさらに大ダメージを与えることができます。
And if you take a look at the job gauge, you'll see that these icons are kind of arranged in a circle. If you perform them in a clockwise order, the instinctual combo follow-up attack will perform even greater damage.
では実際に実機の方でやってみようと思います。
I'll give you a demonstration in game.
まあ見た方がわかりやすいです。
Well, yes, I think it goes without saying it's easier to follow if you see it in action.
ではゲーム画面お願いします。
Okay, let's switch to the game screen, please.
デバッグコマンドで TP を100にします。
Just going to fill my TP gauge up to 100 with a debug command.
現在呼び出しているプギルの重心技ウェポンスキルはスクリュードライバーというウェポンスキルで重心技属性剣が設定されています。
So at the moment, the familiar that I have called out is the Pugil, and the instinctual skill that it has access to is Screwdriver, which is a Durant
こ
skill.
れを1回実行してみます。
So I'll ask it to carry that out.
このスクリュードライバーを打つとジョブハットが青く点灯します。
And as you can see, after carrying that out, the job gauge is now glowing blue.
これは現在の重心技属性が剣であることを示しています。
And so that's showing that the current affinity is Durant.
あることを示してい
Now
Wait, how
glowing.
long was the?
ますとジョブハットが青このスクリュードライバーを打つと
The
ジョブハットが青
7-second
く点灯します。
And as you can see,
But I'm
after
sure
carrying that out, the job
resets when
gauge
you
is
get
now
a new
glowing blue.
ability in. But
これ
damn,
は現在の重心技属性が
That's a
剣
quick-ass
であ
timer.
ることを示しています。
And so
very
that's
quick turnaround.
showing that the current affinity is Durant.
この青く点灯した状態で時計回りの茶色のウェポンスキルを打つことで重心技連携で大ダメージを与えることができます。
And so if I were to then perform a skill that has a brown icon, it would be part of that instinctual combo and deal greater damage.
実際やってみます。
So I'll give that a go.
青を打って
Blue
茶
one,
色を打ちます。
brown one.
これで成功です。
So that meant it was successful.
重心技連携に成功するとジョブハットの中央部分が白か黒に点灯します。
And if you successfully perform an instinctual combo, you'll see that the center of the job gauge lights up either white or black.
今度は魔獣使いのウェポンスキルから先に打ってみます。
This time I'll try using a Beastmaster skill first.
赤を打ってプギルの青を打ちます。
So this time we're going from red to blue.
今度は黒く点灯しました。
And you'll see that the black half lights up there.
では次に属性を時計回り以外の順番でつなげた場合にどうなるかを見てみます。
So just to quickly demonstrate as well, what happens if you perform these skills not in a clockwise order?
青から青につないでみます。
Let's go blue to blue.
これでも重心技連携は成立しますが、先ほどよりも追撃ダメージが少し低くなります。
So this still did result in an instinctual combo, but the follow-up damage was slightly lower than before.
今度は青から緑につないでみます。
So this time I will go blue to green.
時計回り以外の順番でつないだ場合は ジョブハットの中央が点灯せずに外側のいずれかの属性が点灯します。
And what you can see there is that when you combine an instinctual combo that is not in that clockwise order, the inner part of the job gauge will not glow, but the outer section will.
時計回りの順番でつないだ時の連携を重心儀連携レベル2と呼びます。
So when you perform an instinctual combo in that clockwise order, we call that an intentional combo.
時計回り以外の順番でつないだ場合は重心儀連携レベル1と呼びます。
But if you perform it in any other order, that's just your basic instinctual combo.
ですので、なるべく重心儀連携レベル2を狙っていくことがダメージを出すために必要なことになります。
So if you want to get that big DPS, you need to be intentional and go for your intentional combos.
重心儀ウェポンスキルのアイコンをジョブハットと同じ順番で並べておくとやりやすいと思います。
And I recommend sort of lining up the
What do y'all know
skill
about the
icons
big
in the same
deeps?
order that you want to perform them, in the same order that they are on the job gauge, just to make life a little bit easier for yourself.
では次に重心儀連携のもう一つの要素を説明します。
Okay, and now I'd like to explain one additional aspect of instinctual combos.
魔獣使いのレベルが上がると気合と応援というアビリティを習得します。
So as you level up Beastmaster, you will gain access to the skills Rally and Rallying Cheer.
これらのアクションを利用することで重心儀連携を3回、4回と連続してつないでいくことができます。
And if you make skillful use of these, then you'll be able to perform 3 or 4 instinctual combos in a row.
この気合というアビリティは魔獣使いの TP ゲージを即座に増加
I
さ
feel
せ
like
る
I'm
効
sitting
果
in
が
a
あります
lecture
So for
taking
example, what
notes.
Rally does is it instantly fills the Beastmaster's TP gauge.
応援というアビリティはペットの TP ゲージを即座に増加させます。
And Rallying Cheer instantly fills the TP gauge of your familiar.
実際に4連続で連携をつないでみます。
So I'll try performing 4 instinctual combos in a row.
フギルのウェポンスキルを打って
So there's the Pugil skill
魔獣使いを打ちます。
and the Beastmasters.
応援を使用して
Rallying Cheer
フギルをまた打ちます。
and the Pugil skill.
気合を使用して
Rally
魔獣使いのウェポンスキルを打ちま
and the
す。
Beastmaster skill.
このようにして重心儀連携を連続して成功させるとジョブハットの下側に連続成功回数が表示されます。
I like how
And
this is
the
working
more
though.
instinctual combos that you
I'm
manage to chain together, the higher this number at the bottom of the job gauge will
I
go.
definitely think I'm gonna
重
be
心
more
儀連携の
interested
追
in
撃ダメージ
playing
はこの連続成
Beastmaster
功
than I
回
am
数に比例して上がって
Blue
いきます。
Mage.
And the follow-up damage that your combos deal will grow increasingly higher, the higher this number goes as well.
今日ご紹介したのは4回までですが、借りるや放つを使用して特別な条件を整えると5回、6回、7回とつないでいくこともできます。
And so I've shown you how to get it up to 4, but if you combine Tempered Release and Borrow and create these quite unique scenarios, you can actually boost that up to 5, 6, 7.
はい、これで魔獣使いのジョブシステムの紹介を終わりにします。
Okay, and that's it for an introduction to the job system for Beastmaster.
Yay!
さあ、ここで
I like it.
確認をしておきましょ
I like
う。
it.
皆さんついてこれてますか？
Now, let's see a show of hands. Is everyone able to follow? Are you all getting this?
フォックスクローンは理解できてますか？
How about you, Foxconn?
Yes. You may see some, smoke from my brain, but yes. I'm catching up.
チャットの皆さんも大丈夫ですか？
Brother said
How
my
about
brain
everyone
is
in the
tiny.
chat?
Hold
Are
on.
you following okay?
なるほどわ
Yeah.
からん。
I see. I don't get it.
さあ、じゃあすごい簡単な覚え方を、お伝えします。
See, to me, I understand how this is working. It's more of just the memorizing of when to press which buttons. But to me, this is actually not that overly complex.
Well, in that case, I'll give you a super easy hint to remember them.
まあ今ね PLL なので、オズマ正樹はね正式な単語でこういろいろ説明してったと思います。
So, of course, this being the PLL, Mr. Ozma here has used the official terminology to explain.
まず一つ目、一番簡単な覚え方の一個は色で覚えてしまうことです。
The first easy way of remembering is simply to think of them based on their color.
あ、この魔獣の技青なのね。
Ah, the Beastmaster's color is blue.
で、 いや違うよ、あごめんね、ペットの技が青なのねとか赤なのねっていうペットごとにその使う技のね属性を覚えます、色で。
So first you will remember the color based on the color of the familiar's ability. So whether that's blue, green, and so on.
でビーストマスター自身は4色の色の技どれでも使えるので、ペットの色に応じて自分が使う色を切り替えてコンボをやるっていうだけです。
On the other hand, the Beastmaster has colors associated, abilities associated with 4 different colors. So all you have to do is think about what color your familiar has, what their ability is colored, and then think about what would be the next connecting ability that your Beastmaster would carry out.
でゲーム画面の右下にあるジョブハットを見てもらうと4つのその色のアイコンがジョブハットに並んでると思うんですけど、単純に時計回りに連携すればいいだけです。
And here we can see the job HUD is there in the bottom right, and you can see that the 4 colored icons are there on each side. Simply put, all you have to do is to carry out the abilities in a rotation that goes in that clockwise manner.
でもう一つの覚え方は色ではなくアイコンに示されている図柄で覚えてしまえばいいです。
And the second easy way of remembering is not necessarily by color, but each ability has its own icon which you can see based on that ability type. So you can also remember based on the icon.
なので例えばね、緑の技を使った後は赤を使えばいいんだなって覚えたり。
So first of all, you could think, okay, we used a green ability here, so then next I have to use a red ability.
羽の形をしたアイコンの技を使った後はモンスターの顔がねくっついてるアイコンの技使えばいいんだなって、そんな風に覚えちゃってください。
Or alternatively, you could think, okay, the ability used right now was that feather one, so next I have to use the one with the beast's face.
まああとビーストマスターがレベルマックスで使えるアクションの数ってそれが全てですよね。
So the Beastmaster's abilities, which they can use at the maximum level, this is all there is to it, right?
はい、今登録しているものがすべてです。
Yeah, everything you see up on my hotbars, that's all there is to it.
なので結構ねコメントでパッドなんだけど大丈夫かなっておっしゃってる方いるんですけど、実は使うアクションそんな多くはないです。
So we did get some comments along the lines of, is the HUD okay? But truth be told, there's actually not that many abilities you need to use in the job.
はい、
はい、
どうぞ。
かなり複雑な部分もあったかと思うんですが、魔術使いのジョブクエストを進めていくとかなり丁寧に教えてくれるようになっているので、ご安心いただければと思います。
I do appreciate some of that may have seemed a little convoluted, but don't worry. If you do the Beastmaster job quests, it will explain everything to you step by step.
まあ今回のジョブクエストは、まさきとそれからシナリオライター、それからシナリオを実装している人間、プログラマーとがっちりタッグを組んで、いつもの5つレベル置きとかではなくて、非常に遊びが増えるたびに丁寧にジョブクエストを進むようになってます。
So for this round of job quests, Masaki has been working very closely with the scenario writer, also the staff who were responsible for implementing the job, and also the programmers.
Very good.
They really grouped together and worked really hard on preparing the job quests. And also, unlike traditional jobs where the jobs have the job quest every 5 levels, for Beastmaster, you have a job quest whenever there's any sort of change in your play cycle. So I think it's a much easier playing experience for you.
実際ジョブクエストの中で目の前にいる目人でこの技決めてみてねみたいな指令になってたりするので、ジョブクエストやれば順番に覚えていけるようになりますんで、どうぞご安心ください。
So you don't have to worry about anything. Through the job quest, there will be a striking dummy, and you'll have the opportunity to practice the rotation. And you will, through that process, you'll get accustomed to the correct order of doing things. So you really don't have to worry about anything.
はい、ではパワーポイントの方に戻してください。
Okay, if we could go back to the PowerPoint, please.
ではここからは魔獣使い専用コンテンツである東獣連の紹介をさせていただきます。
Okay, so here I'd like to speak about the dedicated Beastmaster duty, the Crucible of the Unbroken.
はい、次のスライドお願いします。宝獣連は魔獣使いのジョブクエストをレベル30まで進めると解放される魔獣使い専用のソロバトルコンテンツです。
So the Crucible of the Unbroken is a dedicated single-player experience for Beastmaster, which will be unlocked once you have got to the level 30 job quest.
宝獣版と呼ばれるボードゲームのようなマグの中に入り込んで魔獣使いとしての訓練を積むといった内容になります。
So the Crucible itself is kind of like a magic board game that Beastmasters can use to train themselves.
コンテンツに突入
I'm
す
so
る前
excited
に
for
ペ
the
ット
Crucible.
を
I
10
think
体
this is
から
such a
15
cool
体選んで連れてい
fucking
くこ
piece
と
of
ができます。
content, man.
And before you jump into the Crucible, you will be able to choose between 10 and 15 familiars to take in with you.
Oh yeah?
連れて行ったペットたちを駆使して採用にいるボスの討伐を目指すといった内容です。
And then your job once you get in there is to use your team to try and defeat the boss waiting at the very end of the board.
宝獣連を遊ぶことで魔獣使いの経験値を得ることができます。
And as you play the Crucible of the Unbroken, you will gain experience points as Beastmaster and level up.
ですので魔獣使いレベル1から30までは世界各地でモンスターをたくさん仲間にしながらレベリングしていくといったゲームプレイになるのですが、レベル30以降は宝獣連中心のゲームプレイに変わっていきます。
So from level 1 to 30 as a Beastmaster, you'll be traveling the world, you'll be finding beasts to capture and befriend. But from level 30 onwards, the gameplay focus shifts towards the Crucible of the Unbroken.
さらに宝獣連に連れて行ったペットたちも経験値を得て宝獣連内で成長していきま
I'm
す。
very
And the
excited and
beasts
also
that you
very
take
scared that I'm
you
just gonna
into the
fly
Crucible of the
through this
Unbroken
shit when
will
it comes
also
out.
level up within the Crucible.
では次のスライドお願いします。ペットの経験値が一定値に達するとペットのビーストランクがアップします。
So once your beasts have gained a certain amount of experience within the Crucible, their beast rank will increase.
ビーストランクがアップすると宝獣連内専用の5つのパラメーターが成長していきます。
And once their beast rank increases, the attributes that they possess within the Crucible will also increase.
力と賢さはそれぞれ物理予ダメージと魔法予ダメージに影響します。
So strength and intelligence affect physical and magic damage respectively.
物理耐性と魔法耐性は文字通り物理被ダメージと魔法被ダメージに影響します。
And physical resistance and magic resistance do much as what they say on the tin and affect physical vulnerability and magic vulnerability.
最後の体力はペットの最大 HP に影響します。
And finally, constitution affects the maximum HP.
Very
つ
good,
ま
very
り
good, very
宝
good.
獣連内ではペットが HP を持っていてペットの HP が0になると戦闘不能になります。
And so in the Crucible of the Unbroken, your familiars will have HP, and once that HP reaches 0, they will be unable to participate in battle.
では次のスライドお願いします。ここから実機紹介になります。
Don't trip.
実
I'm
機の
blind.
画面をお願いし
I'm
ます。
So
blind.
I'd like to showcase a little bit more gameplay, so if we could switch over to the game now.
My eyes.
Thank you.
My
で
eyeball.
は今日はネタバレを避けるために
No,
テスト用
not
の
the
モードから
Moogle.
コンテンツに突入します。
Not the
I want to
Moogle.
avoid spoilers today, so to enter the Crucible of the Unbroken, I have asked this little Moogle to stand in and take us there directly.
実際には
Oh,
モーグリ
okay.
から
I thought he
突入
was
する
gonna
わけ
beat
では
up
な
the
くて
Moogle.
まあ、なんて言うんだろうな、宝獣連ボックスというか、そういったものからこうダイブしていく
I
みたいになるん
thought he
です
was
け
about
ど、
to
今日は
brutalize
ネ
the
タバレを
Moogle.
避けるために、モーグリに、コンテンツ突入手伝ってもらうことにします。
Of course, don't expect to see a Moogle taking you there in the actual content. We've only had that here for avoiding spoilers. Well, there's going to be some sort of thing there. You could call it maybe a crucible box, which you would use to dive into the crucible, but look forward to that when the content releases.
Wait, hold on.
To dive into the crucible, but look forward to that when the content
Oh, that was just
releases.
his mount. Oh my god, okay.
はい、今表示されている画面にはこれから突入する
Oh,
当
it
従
can
版の
do
情
a
報が
recommended
表示され
team
てい
too.
ます。
That's
Okay,
gonna
so
save
on the
me time
screen
because
here,
I'm
you
not
can
gonna be
see
able
the
to fucking take
information
it for
about the
myself.
board that I'm about to dive into.
この画面でコンテンツに出てくる敵の情報などを見ながら連れていくペットたちを決めていきます。
And on this screen, you can have a look at the enemies that will be waiting for you within there and also decide which of your familiars you're going to take in with you.
ではまずは採用にいるボスの情報から見ていきます。
So first, let's take a look at the boss.
Oh,
50連内
nice.
の
I have
敵
to
は
sneeze.
弱点
Hold
属
on. Hold on. Okay, I didn't want to sneeze over important information.
性を持っています。
So enemies inside the Crucible have weaknesses.
この敵は突属性が弱点のようなので、突属性攻撃ができるペットを連れていきます。
And this boss is weak to piercing attacks, so let's take in a familiar that can use piercing.
魔獣図鑑を開いて
I
突
open
属
my
性
master,
攻撃でフィルタリングします。
open my master's bestiary and then filter by piercing attack.
フーシーとベスパ
Yeah,
が
so it's
突属
it's
性攻
gonna
撃
be
を持っ
like
ている
a
ので、この
fucking
2
like
つを選ん
oh,
でい
it's
きます。
literally a
And as you can
Pokemon
see,
battle.
my Kushi and my Wesp also use piercing, so I'll take both of those.
選択したペットは左側の UI に表示されます。
And the familiars that I've selected will be shown here on the left-hand side of the screen.
今日ご紹介するステージでは最大で10体までペットを連れていくことができます。
And in this particular board that we're looking at today, you can take a team of up to 10.
ボス戦に出てくる雑魚の弱点は非属性のようなので、同じようにして非属性のペットを選んでいきます。
And you can see the other enemies that are going to be appearing in the boss fight are weak to fire, so I'm going to do the same to filter by fire and select some familiars that can use that.
今度は非属性でフィルターしてキマイラとベヒーモスを選択します。
And then that gives us Chimera and Behemoth, so I'm going to take both of them with me.
では次にボスの手前に配置されているエリートエネミーの情報を見ていきます。
So next, let's look at the elite enemy, which is waiting for us just before the boss.
エリートエネミーは通常のモンスターよりもかなり強いモンスターになっています。
These elite enemies are significantly stronger than other enemies you're going to face inside the Crucible.
当10連に出てくる敵は先ほどペットのところで説明したように5つの専用パラメータを持っています。
So, I mentioned slightly earlier that your beasts have specific attributes within the Crucible,
力、賢さ、物理耐性、魔法耐性、体力です。
and so do enemies. Here, strength, intelligence, physical resistance, magic resistance, and constitution.
このオーガピースという敵は物理耐性が高く魔法耐性が低いことがここから分かります。
And as you can see, this ogre piece has high physical resistance but very low magic resistance.
なるべく有利に戦いたいので賢さ、つまり魔法与ダメージが高いペットを選んでいきます。
Now, I want to turn the tides of battle in my favor, so I'm going to take in some familiars that have high magic attack, essentially high intelligence.
賢さでソートします。
So I will sort by intelligence.
現在仲間にしているペットの中で最も賢さが高いのは堂々とフライングトラップというペットになります。
Now, the most intelligent beast that has become our familiar at this point is a dodo and also a flying trap.
この2つを選んでいきます。
So I shall select these two.
このようにして10体のペットを選んでいくのですが、かなり情報量が多いのでちょっと面倒くさいなと思う方もいるかと思います。
And so you basically do that and you choose the 10 beasts that you want to take in with you. There's a lot of information to parse, and some people out there might think it's a bit tedious.
そういう方のためにおすすめ自動編成機能というのを用意してあります。
So we have a feature that allows the game to select a recommended team for you.
このボタンを押すと自動的に10体のペットを選んでくれます。
So if you push this recommended team button here, it will automatically select a team of 10 familiars for you.
こんな感じです。
Oh, nice. This is nice.
Fantastic.
素晴らしいです。
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
この機能を使った後に微調整していくのも効率的でいいと思います。
But it's also quite time efficient to say use this and then go through and make any tweaks and minor changes you might want to.
まあ最初のうちはあんまり難しいこと考えずにおすすめで挑んでいくぐらいでいいんじゃないかなと思います。
So yeah, I think in the early days when you're starting out playing Beastmaster, maybe you can just take it easy and just use the recommended team function to get used to it.
でもなぜあそこまで細かくねステータスを見て自分でパーティーをこう編成していけるのかっていうのは後々わかるので、今は基本おすすめ使って楽しめばいいやと思っててください。
But I think as you play with the job more, you'll gradually get a better understanding and you'll get to see how the stats work and how you should go about composing your own team. But when you do start out, I think it's just easy just to take it easy and to try out the recommended team function.
では実際に微調整していきます。
And having said that, I am going to make some minor changes.
ジズとクワールを削除します。
I'll take the Ziz and the curl out of there,
代わりにベヒーモスとキマイラを選択します。
and I'll bring along my Behemoth and my Chimera.
これで10体のペットが決まったので、コンテンツに突入していきます。
Now we have our team of 10, so let's head straight in.
ではカットシーンを見ていきます。
Let's take a look at the cutscene first.
このマス目が並んでいるのが先ほど言ったボードゲームのようなマグ、操縦盤というものになります。
So you can see these spaces lined up here, and this is why, as I explained earlier, it's kind of like a board game, this Crucible of the Unbroken.
操縦連に突入すると、このボードゲームのような操縦盤のスタート地点にプレイヤーが立っている状態になります。
And then what happens is you're standing right at the start on the very first space once you dive in.
操縦連の基本的なルールは、この操縦盤のマス目を一つ一つ進んでいって、各マス目で発生するさまざまなイベントをこなしながら採用にいるボスの討伐を目指すといったものです。
And the fundamental way that you play this is to just go space by space, tackle each event and each thing that happens on each space, and aim to get to the boss at the end.
この目の前に見えているスライムのようなアイコンはエネミーイベントと呼ばれるイベントです。
And you can see that there's a kind of flan icon here. This is an enemy space.
このエネミーイベントのマスに止まるとバトルが発生します。
If you stop on a space like this, then you'll find yourself with a battle on your hands.
操縦連のバトルでは3体のペットを選んで戦うことになります。
And inside the Crucible, you will select 3 familiars from your team to take into battle.
さらに操縦連ではバトルで消耗した HP というのは自然回復しません。
And any HP that you lose inside the Crucible will not automatically recover.
ですので、どのエネミーイベントでどのペットを使うかというのが重要になってきます。
So it's really important to think about which beasts you want to take into which battle.
他にもいろいろ説明するべきことはあるのですが、早く見たいと思うので、目の前にあるこのエネミーイベントをやってみます。
Yeah, there's lots of other things I could explain, but I'm sure you just want to see me get on with it, so I'm going to head straight into battle.
先ほど説明したように、この画面でペットを3体選んでいきます。
So as explained, I'm going to select 3 pets here, 3 beasts to take in with me.
敵の弱点は打属性のようなので、グーブーを選択します。
And these guys are weak to blunt attacks, so I shall take in my Goo-Goo.
このボタンを押すことで敵に有効な状態異常の情報を見ることができます。
And if I click this button at the top here, I can toggle the view to find out which status ailments the enemies that I'm about to face are particularly susceptible to.
左側の UI ではそれぞれのペットが付与できる状態異常を俯瞰して見ることができます。
And conveniently, on the left-hand side, I can also see which status effects each of my familiars can inflict.
ボーンナイトという敵に栄翔中弾が有効なようなので、コブランを連れて行きます。
And it seems like this Bone Knight is particularly susceptible to interruption, so I'll take in the Goblin.
3体目のペットは最も力が強い空士します。
And then for my third familiar, I shall take in the Kushi, which is strong.
ではバトルに突入してみます。
So let's go into the battle.
バトルマップに移動すると、先ほど選んだ3体のペットが自動的に予備笛に登録された状態になります。
I
So
love
once
the
you
arena
enter
setting.
Battle
Looks
Crucible,
so
you'll find that
nice.
the 3 familiars you have selected have been automatically assigned to your battle halls.
先ほど外の世界でも説明したように、バトルを開始する前であれば何度でも予備笛を使用できます。
And just like you can in the outside world, if you haven't yet begun battle, you can switch between and summon and resummon your beasts as many times as you like.
ではバトルを開始する前に操縦連専用のコンテンツアクションについて説明します。
But before we jump in, I just want to quickly explain the duty actions that are available in the Crucible.
この左側の引きつけろというアクションは使うことでペットが敵視を取ってくれます。
So if you use Snarl on the left-hand side here, then your pet will draw the enemy enmity.
右側の挑発というアクションは魔術使い自身が敵視を取ります。
And if you use Challenge, then you, the Beastmaster, will draw enemy enmity.
先ほども説明したように、戦闘で
Oh,
消
that's
耗した
nice.
HP というのは回復しないので、なるべくペットに
So
敵
if
視
you
を
get
取っ
like
てもらうことが重要に
overwhelmed,
なり
you
ます。
can
And as I
disperse the
mentioned earlier,
enmity.
you will not automatically recover any HP that is lost in battle, so it's quite important to ask your familiars to take on some of that damage themselves.
Wow.
では戦っていきます。
Okay, into the battle.
Okay, let's go.
コブランから借りるをして、小中断がいつでもできるように準備しておきます。
Okay, so I've borrowed from the goblins so I can interrupt at any time.
ちょっと戦ってる時はあんまり喋れないで。
はいはい。
I can't really talk too much when
ま
I'm
あ
fighting.
今言った通りあれですね。ペットに敵視取ってもらってます。
Oh yes, but of course, as you just mentioned, now you're having your familiar take the enmity.
まあインタラプト可能不可能っていう詠唱をねちゃんと見分けておくようにしましょう。
And let's pay attention to which abilities are possible to interrupt and not.
今放つをして大技打ってペットを変えましたね。
So you just had your tempered release and switched your pet.
さあインタラプトを使ってみましょう。
Okay, let's try interrupt.
そうこれさっきね、借りたインタラプトペットを交代しても、借りたままインタラプトが使えるようになります。
So yes, a key point is that interrupt ability which you borrowed from your familiar, even if you switch out your familiar, you will still retain the ability.
Oh, that's interesting.
これ重要なのでイメージ的には借りた技モンスターをスイッチすると技自体が使えなくなりそうなイメージがありますが借りたらそのまま使えるので、いつでもインタラプトできる状態っていうのを維持しておくのが、まあ、このバトルにおいては結構重要。
Yes, this is a very important thing. So you may think that if you've switched out your familiar to another one, that the ability that you borrowed may also just cancel out, but that's not the case. Even if you do switch out to another familiar, if you've already borrowed the interrupt ability from the previous familiar, you can use it. So in this battle's case, it is important to keep that interrupt ability so that you can use it whenever necessary.
まあもちろん他のペットから別の技借りたら上書きされるので、まあそれは注意ですけど。
But it goes without saying that if you do borrow another ability from your current familiar, then it will be overwritten.
はい。という
話しているうちにエネミーイベントをクリアすることができました。
And while you were explaining that, I have beaten the enemies.
今開いている画面は戦利品画面です。
And this screen here is the loot screen.
さまざまなアイテムだったりお金を入手することができます。
So it gives you currency, it gives you items.
これらがどういうものなのかについてはやりながら説明していきます。
I'll explain what these are as I go.
リワード全部ゲットしてまず一つ目エネミーイベントクリアですね。
Well, for now, we've taken all of our rewards, and we've, for now, completed our first enemy event.
はい、ではどんどん進めていきます。
Yep, so let's keep pushing on.
次は分かれ道になっています。
And next you can see we have a branching path ahead of us.
左側の奥に見えるこのテントのようなアイコンはテントイベントと呼ばれるイベントです。
And on the left-hand side, you can see that there's a tent on the second space waiting for us.
このテントイベントに止まると魔獣使い自身と何体かのペットの HP を回復することができます。
And if you head to a campsite like this, you'll be able to recover your own HP and also the HP of a couple of beasts.
この右奥に見える宝箱のアイコンはトレジャーイベントというイベントです。
And then on the right-hand side, you can see that waiting in the second space is a treasure event, a treasure space.
トレジャーイベントのマス目に止まると4つの候補アイテムから1つを選んで入手できます。
And if you go to a treasure space, you will be given 4 items, and you can choose one of those to take with you.
先ほどのバトルで
Very
結構
nice.
HP が消耗してしまったので左側のテントルートの方に行こうと思います。
You can see we lost quite a lot of HP in the previous battle, so I'm going to head towards that tent.
では次のエネミーイベントも戦っていきます。
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and fight this second enemy space here.
このエネミーイベントの敵は雷属性が弱点のようです。
I want to see if I can't get us closer. I want to see him fight the bigger bosses. I want to see him fight the boss, mostly because it is getting late and I don't want to.
So now I am ready to take on the final boss.
ただネタバレをしたくないので今日はここまでにしておきます。
ちょっと
But that,
Just a little.
that would be a spoiler, so I'm not going to do that today.
Well, just a little bit.
OK。
このままだと説明で終わっちゃうからねちょっとぐらい見せてほしい。
Well, yeah, I mean, we do have more explanation to follow, so it would be great to give you guys a bit of a sneak peek.
Okay, just a little.
ではクーシーとベスパを選択します。
So I'll take Kushi and I'll take my West.
あとはちょっと待ってくださいね。
And then for the third one,
まあまあ途中で切っていいから
マイラを選択します。
take my Chimera.
大丈夫クリアまでやらんでも。
Well, yeah, of course, we don't have to clear the fight. We can just see a little bit.
ラスボス戦はカットシーンが流れます。
For the final boss of a board, you'll get a cutscene
The fucking music? Excuse me?
like this.
Wake of the Beasts.
さまざまなステージがあって最後は必ずラスボスがいるといった構成になっています。
There are lots of different boards, but there's always a final boss at the end.
ではちょっと真面目に戦ってみます。
Okay, I'm gonna have to take this seriously.
ちなみにこれも難易度上がってるんですよ。
上がってますね。
Has this one also got a higher difficulty?
Yes.
いやいや、できるだけいろんな人に遊べますよで簡単にしとけばよかったのに。
Well, I think we should have presented it more to the players along the lines of anyone can take on the challenge. It's accessible.
言い訳をしておくと HP が減った方が説明しやすいと思ったから
あ、
です。
なるほど。
I mean, if I were to,
I like
to
this fucking
explain
boss
myself a little,
music,
I thought
man.
that I'd be able to explain more things if my HP went down faster.
Oh, okay, I see.
さあ。
Yeah, I fuck with this bot. I fuck with this battle music, man.
Wow.
Looking at it from this perspective, it's quite refreshing.
ボイドエアロ。
わあ。
お、でも。お、
6を
Ow.
レジストしました。
はいはいはい。
Just resisted that poison there.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Oh, there's an ad. アドバイス出ました。
おキャスティングしてる。
Oh, they're casting.
別。
I don't know if
Frozen.
Mr. Ozma's gonna make it.
やる。
Oh, yeah. Doing good in there.
さすがコンテンツ作った。
I would expect no less from the person who made this content.
ポイントかなりうまい。
久々なのでいろいろ忘れてます。
I haven't done this one for a while, so I've forgotten a bunch of stuff.
まあペット3体を含めてローテーションを作りながら、特性を使ってモンスターの攻撃をとどめてクリアを目指していく感じ。
So I guess the way you can think of it is that you're using your 3 familiars and their abilities as part of your rotations, and you're putting their affinities
Recovered
as well to good use in order to
HP.
make
Ah,
put a stop
fuck
to the enemy's
that.
attacks and then defeat them.
お、
Oh.
しかし
Oh.
あ
なるほど。
I see.
Oh, there's a revival
ステー
ring
ジ
in
で
here.
復活しまし
You
Gotcha.
sacrificed your little one there.
た。おお。
今呼び声のリキャストタイマーが回ってるのでペットを呼び出せない状態で
All of my battle boards are on cooldown, so I cannot call a familiar right now.
Oh god.
負けると思います。
I think I'm gonna die.
Come on, hang in there.
お、ポーションガム飲み。
Yeah, get those potions in. Get those potions in.
はい、今ら戻しました。今は、ビーストマスターがヘイト持ってますね。
So now you, as the Beastmaster, has the enmity,
はい、借りたビーストスキンを貼って物理防御力を上げる。
and you've used your borrowed beast skin to do damage mitigation.
God, she just keeps regaining health. Holy shit.
おお、コンボ。うん。
Oh, nice combo.
2連、
Second one,
3連。
and a third one.
Oh, he's gonna die. He's gonna die. He's
Later.
gonna die.
ライト目はね。
He's gonna die. He's
Oh,
gonna
nice.
die.
おお。あ、でもまた食らってる。
Yeah, there it is.
え、さらに。
Another one?
Oh, again?
もうペットがいない。
I don't have any. I don't have any familiars left.
ビーストマスターともあろうものが。すべてのペットの魂を捧げて復活した
So
もの
this is brutal.
Yeah, you sacrificed the soul of all of your familiars.
まあこのクリアはぜひ皆さんで目指していただきましょう。
But yeah, definitely, I want all of you warriors of light to take on the challenge and clear it for yourselves.
はい、では東獣連の攻略が終わった後のリザル
So
ト画
that
面
was
について説明
brutal
していき
for a
ます
fucking
So
boss.
let me explain about the results screen showing how you did in the Crucible.
エネミーイベントに負けてしまうかラスボスを討伐するかギブアップ機能というものがあるんですけどその機能を使うかすると東獣連の攻略が終了してリザルト画面が表示されます。
So you can reach the results screen either by losing in an enemy battle, or by defeating the final boss, or by forfeiting.
攻略が終了するとそこまでの進捗などに応じてスコアが計算されます。
And at that point, you will receive a score based on your progress.
計算されたスコアからスコアランクというものが決定され、右下に表示されます。
And you will be given a rank based on your score, which you can see in the bottom right here.
日本語だと一級魔獣使いとか特級魔獣使いとか伝説の魔獣使いなどと表示されます。
And these will be essentially different depending on different terms. Here you can see we have adept, and those will change depending on how high your score is.
この決定されたスコアランクによって払い出される報酬の量が決定します。
And the rank that you receive here changes how many rewards you receive.
今ここに表示されているビーストコアというアイテムはたくさん集めることで魔獣使いのジョブ専用装備を強化できます。
And you see here that we have this faded remnant of resilience. If you collect these items, you will be able to strengthen the Beastmaster's gear.
で最後にペットの経験値が計算されて、このようにペットのビーストランクがアッ
Oh
プしま
wow.
す。
And then finally, it shows you how many experience points all of your familiars received and whether their beast rank increased.
Very good.
はい、以上で東獣連のご説明を終わりにします。
Anyway, so that's it for the Crucible of the Unbroken.
Thank you very much.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you. ありがとうございます。
Yay.
ではパワーポイントの方に
I'm so
戻してください
excited for that
Okay,
shit.
can
It
we have
looks
the
so
PowerPoint
good.
back, please?
まあ今日は今東獣連ビーストマスター説明してもらいましたけど、知っておいてほしい情報全部さっきの方で伝えたので、でノーマル一番低いランクのやつとかはここまで使いこなさなくても全然クリアできるので、まずはジョブクエストに従って、おすすめでパーティー編成して、とにかく普通に気楽にチャレンジしてください。そのうちだんだん覚えていくと思いますのでよろしくお願いします。
So yes, for today's Beastmaster showcase, of course we went through the Crucible and then the Beastmaster job itself, and I did tell Masaki about all of the information I wanted to convey to you players. But what you can keep in mind is that when you're playing at the normal difficulty, you don't actually have to be such a master at rotating the skills in order to clear the content. And of course you will learn how to play the job as well as you go through the job quests. So in the early days, as I mentioned before, you can just use the recommended team function and just take it easy and just enjoy the experience as you get to learn the job, and eventually you will get a better understanding of it. So I hope that will ease you into the job, and then you can start enjoying it and taking it one step further.
はい、ありがとうございます。では東獣連を繰り返し遊んでペットのビーストランクを25にするとペットの見た目を変更できるようになります。
So, once you have played the Crucible of the Unbroken quite a few times and you've increased your beast rank to level 25, you'll be able to change its appearance.
このようにクーシーの見た目を黒に変更できます。
Like this, you could change your Kushi to look black.
他にも色が変わるだけじゃないペットとかも存在するので、頑張ってビーストランクを上げてみていただけるといいと思います。
And for other familiars,
That's
it's
really cool.
not that they change color. There may be other different changes in appearance. So I hope you'll experiment with that as well.
ま
That's
あ通
cool.
常のね街とかフィールドでも連れて歩けるので、見た目の変更が行われているペット魔獣を連れてる人は相当ランク高いんだなあの人はっていうのが分かるみたいな感じでもありますね。
You can take your familiars with you in the fields or towns. So if you do see a familiar with a different color, you could then be thinking to yourself, yeah, this is quite a high-ranking player.
一応繰り返しになりますが、今日みたいな難しいバージョンのコンテンツをやらなくてもペットのランクを25にすることは全然可能になっています。
And to at the risk of repeating myself, you don't need to play the higher difficulty versions like I showed you today. You can still level up and increase your beast ranks in the easier versions as well.
Hell
はい、
yeah.
では次のスライドお願いします。ではここからは
Beastmaster
チャ
are
レン
gonna
ジ
be
コンテンツの説明を
goated
させてい
as
ただきま
hell.
す。
Having said that, let's speak about high difficulty.
通常のゲームモードの東獣連のすべてのステージをコンプリートすると高難易度のゲームモードである獣道が解放されます。
So once you have completed all of the boards within the Crucible of the Unbroken, you will unlock additional difficulty levels known as degrees.
すべてのジョブクエストを完結させることで解放できると思ってもらって大丈夫です。
So you can also think as well, by the time you have completed all of the job quests, you'll be at this point.
この高難易度のゲームモードである獣道には1、2、3の3種類の難易度があります。
And there will be first degree, second degree, and third degree in increasing difficulty.
今日実際やってたのは獣道2です。
And I was actually playing the second degree earlier.
マジかよノーマルでやれよ。
Serious? Just play it on normal.
獣道レベル2かい。
レベル2です。
Second degree?
Yeah.
Really?
Second.
で獣道でゲームをプレイすると敵の HP と攻撃力がアップします。
If you play on higher degrees, then the enemy HP and damage will be increased proportionally.
最高の難易度は獣道3になります。
And the third degree is the highest difficulty.
最高難易度である獣道3は今日ご紹介したようなアイテムを効率よく使ってその組み合わせのシナジーなどを考え尽くさないとクリアできないような難易度になっています。
And for the third degree, you really have to be thinking about the synergy between all the different items to have a hope of clearing it.
Okay.
ただ自分がこういったチャレンジコンテンツのご紹介をすると、絶とか霊式とかみたいな凄まじいギミックバトルを想像される方もいるかもしれないのですが、この獣道に関してはそういった方向性とは全然違うものになっています。
But if I'm sat up here talking about difficult content, then people are going to think, oh, it's something like Ultimate, it's something like Savage, there's going to be so many mechanics. But that's not really, this is a completely different kind of approach to difficult content.
ですので、これまで絶とか
Oh,
霊
you
式を
got
やっ
the
てこなか
Moogle.
った方にもぜひチャレンジして
Very
みていただければと思っております。
So even if Ultimate or Savage is not really your
Very
thing,
good, Ruben.
I'd still really love it if you gave this a bit of a go and maybe it'll click for you.
まあ今回のこの投手連に関しては、まあ今日さまざまなパラメーターのお話しさせていただいたと思いますけど、データが基本的な戦術の全てになってます。敵の能力を知り、自分のペットたちの能力を知り、どうやってそれを突破するかの編成を行うみたいな、とにかくデータで遊ぶゲームになっているので、まあ、そのあたり今までの高難度の、ギミックベースのバトルとは違った面白さが詰まっているので、ぜひじっくり挑んでみてもらいたいと思います。
So yes, as we showcased today in the Crucible, the main basis of the game is based around parameters and stats, and it's really a data-based game where you have to think about take a tactical approach. Think about what affinity and what sort of abilities your enemy has, what abilities your familiars have, and how can you use a certain combination of those abilities to turn the tide of the battle in your favor. It really is something of a different type of difficulty compared to other high-end content where those types of content are more based around the mechanics, whereas this is more based about you having to use your thinking brain and thinking about strategizing and what sort of data-based approach would be the best in your favor.
はい、ちなみに獣道3で全てのステージをコンプリートすると達成できるアチーブメントやアイテム報酬なども存在します。
Incidentally, there are certain achievements and rewards that you will be able to obtain if you complete all stages on the third degree.
はい、では次のスライドお願いします。さらに獣道3で全てのステージをコンプリートしてもまだまだやり込みたいという方向けに高10連ランキングというものをご用意してあります。
And say you do go out and you complete all the stages on the third degree and you say that is not enough, I want more Beastmaster.
高10連ランキングは獣道3のスコアを競うランキングになります。
Then we have the Crucible rankings, which allow you to compete based on your scores achieved playing the stages in the third degree.
各ステージで直近3回までのスコアが記録され、すべてのステージの合計スコアで競うランキングです。
And these rankings will take your previous 3 scores of every single stage when played under the third degree.
ですので、たまたま1回だけ高いスコアを出せただけではダメで、コンスタントに高いスコアを出せる知識や技術が求められます。
So it's not enough to just go in there and accidentally get a really, really high score as a bit of a fluke. You need to be consistently using your knowledge and your skills to get those high scores.
もちろん、高10連ランキングの上位入賞者には特別なアイテム報酬を用意してあります。
And we have a special reward for those who make their way to the top of the rankings.
高10連ランキングは PVP と同じようにシーズン制になっています。
And just like PvP, the Crucible rankings will have seasons.
シーズン1はパッチ 7.56 の2週間後からパッチ 7.58 までを予定しています。
So the first season will run it will start 2 weeks after patch 7.56 comes out, and it will run until 7.58.
シーズンごとにスコアとランキングがリセットされます。
And each season, the scores and rankings
So
will be reset.
Beastmaster is just
まあ
its
最初
own
の
dungeon
1
thing?
回目はパッチ 7.56 が実装されて、
Oh, I guess you haven't really been doing 14 stuff recently, have you, Roman? Beastmaster has its own version of the Masked Carnival called the Crucible of the Unbroken. It's essentially... do you remember the DLC for Pokemon Sword and Shield? Where you went into the dungeon and you picked a Pokemon... And then you basically went through and you tried to win all these little fights to get to the end, and then you got like a legendary if you beat everything and you won. It's like that. It's literally like that. Yeah. It's literally like that, but with the familiars that you catch out in the world, rather than Pokemon. And the Crucible is the Beastmaster's version of the Masked Carnival. And it's gonna be hype as fucking hell.
通りね皆さんがレベリングしたりっていうのが落ち着くであろう2週間後ぐらいから、ファーストシーズンを 1.5 ヶ月ぐらい、の期間で集計やろうと思ってますので、ぜひぜひ少しずつでいいです、上手くなっていってねチャレンジしてもらえるとありがたいです。
So yes, the content will be released in patch 7.56, but then we've given you a time of about 2 weeks after that so that you have enough time to do all of your leveling and get used to the job, and then we will open up the first ranking period, and this ranking period will go on for roughly 1.5 months. So you don't have to rush, you can just start little by little, get used to the job, and then hopefully you'll be ready to take on the challenge of getting that ranking.
Wait, hold on. I have to pause for a second. Guys, they announced Ryan Gosling's gonna be the new fucking Ghost Rider. Holy shit. Brother, that's the hypest fucking Marvel announcement I've seen in ages. Please give me Ryan Gosling as fucking Ghost Rider. That shit's gonna be amazing. Oh my god. Oh, that makes me so fucking happy. That's the first yeah. That's a Marvel movie I'll fucking watch, babe. That's a Marvel movie I'll watch. Anyways.
はい、では次のスライドをお願いします。
Whoa.
これが当10連ランキング入賞者向けのマウント報酬になります。
And this is the mount that those high-ranking people in the Crucible rankings will receive.
ギラギラやね。
Ooh.
It's so bling.
おーい、シャイニー。
Status symbol. Shiny
ぜひ
rock.
このマウントの入賞を目指して頑張っていただければと思います。
So please do your best to try and get your hands on this shiny mount.
はい、では今日自分から魔獣使いの紹介と当10連の紹介は終わりになります。
Okay, so that is all from me today on this deep dive into Beastmaster and the Crucible of the Unbroken.
長い時間ありがとうございました。
Thank you so much for sticking with me for such a long presentation.
Yay.
Thank you very much 中川さんどうもありがとうございました。いや吉田さんすごいですね。吉田さん That's a lot。
本当に 100% ほぼ全て話したと思う。
I think, truly speaking, he went 100% through everything.
まあ繰り返し言いますけど、ここまでの知識は
Very
やり込ん
thorough.
でって身につくものなので、一通り説明はしましたけど、知らなくても全然遊んでいけるので、まずはジョブクエストやりながら一歩ずつぜひ進んでみてください。
Well, I think, frankly speaking, as the more you play, then the more your knowledge will get built up, and you'll just get used to it. So, although we have
Someone
explained
said
the basic
fucking
fundamentals here,
Mavis
I think you can just take
Bacon
it easy,
X
start with the job quests, and then you'll
FF14
get used to it.
crossover
And then
because
soon
of
you
the
will be a
fucking
master of
keyboard
Beastmaster.
game.
ありがとうございます。
Oh
Thank you very much.
god,
So
Mavis
this is all
Bacon
about
is a
today's
name
Meta
I have
Live.
not
今
thought
日
of
の
in a
BLL の
very
コンテン
long
ツはこれ
time.
で全てとなりますが、終了前にお知らせがありますのでみんなで確認しておきたいと思います。So before closing, we have one announcement to share with you, so let's check it out. どうぞ。
Show me the announcement, Fox.
ああ、そうそうね。
はい、Final Fantasy XIV coming to Switch to August 4th ということで、基調講演の中でご紹介しましたけれども、任天堂 Switch 2バージョンの Final Fantasy XIV が8月4日発売となります。So as we announced during today's keynote address, the Final Fantasy XIV Nintendo Switch 2 version will be released on August 4th. そしてですね、こちらの予約についてはお住まいのリージョンによってもうすぐ間もなく始まろうとしていたりしますので、詳しい情報は、公式サイトロードストーントピックスや公式 SNS をチェックしていただければと思います。So and then the pre-order for this Nintendo Switch 2 version is very soon, depending on the region you are living in. So please check our Lotus and Topics or the official SNS account for more information. はい。ということで、スイッチ2版のお知らせでした。
はい。まあ今日ねたっぷりビーストマスターのご紹介をしたんですけど、まあ今もちょっと話しましたけど、データがかなり詰まったゲームで、専用ソロコンテンツ、ある意味14の中にもう一個別のバトルゲームが入ってるぐらいのボリュームになってます。
So yes, today in today's PLL we did showcase Beastmaster, but as you could see, there's plenty to sink your teeth into, and it really is a type of content which is built around data, and also the fact that it's a solo-based content as well. It's almost as if we've put a whole new battle game within Final Fantasy XIV.
まあそういう意味だとまさにスイッチ2でカウチとねソファーに寝そべってこうじっくり、向き合うみたいな遊び方、まさにね携帯ゲーム機であるスイッチ2にぴったりだと思いますので、ぜひねセットで、プレイをしていただけるとさらに、嬉しく思います。
So with all of that in mind, I think it's a very good match with the Switch 2. You can just kick back on your sofa, relax, and then just sink into the game with the Switch 2 being a portable device. So I would love if you get a Nintendo Switch 2, then you can play your Beastmaster on it.
ありがとうございます。ちょうどスイッチ2版麻雀やるのにいいかなと思ってたんですけど、今日のプレゼンを受けて麻雀とビーストマスターをやるのに最適だなと。
あとクラフターギャザラーがね、みんな結構好きですよね。
Yeah, so I was thinking the Switch 2 version will be best for the Mahjong game, but today I learned it will be also good for the Beastmaster.
It goes without saying that it's also good for crafting and gathering.
Yeah. はい、ありがとうございました。ということで、今日の PLL は以上になりますので、最後に前に出て一言ずつご挨拶いただきたいと思います。So this is actually a wrap of today's letter live. So let's move to the in front of the stage and make our final words.
椅子気をつけてね。
ね。Careful. Thank you very much for watching the long time.
Yes.
Because I think that they're just gonna wrap up, so I'll go ahead and I will stop it there. Is there any difference with the Switch 2 version, or is it still the same, just need to pay sub? As far as I understand, it is literally the same version, just ported to the Switch 2. You do have to pay a sub for 14 when you play it on the Switch. If you have an active sub on PC, PlayStation, or Xbox, you will get 50% off for the Switch sub. And you do not need Nintendo Switch Online membership in order to play it. So you only have to pay for the sub, not Nintendo Switch Online as well. Yeah, they went over it a lot, and for a very long time at Anaheim Fanfest, it was clearly a very bloodied battle between them and Nintendo over getting this shit reasonable, if I'm being super honest. The first month that is out is also a free trial. It is also a free trial. Also, hi, Shrathy. But yeah, so you just got here. Oh, damn. They just finished all of the Beastmaster conversation. They went through and they showed us a bit of the. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and just fucking get rid of that. They showed us the. Oh, hi, Jamie. They showed us a bit of the. My brain's already fried. The Crucible. They went through, showed us one of the difficulties and all of that. It's gonna have like a ranked system. Like, it's got multiple difficulty levels, and it's gonna have like a ranked system to it. So you and Arena have fun with the achievements that will inevitably tied to getting the highest difficulties and shit. I would Godspeed on that. I'm sure it'll be super fun. I'll have to go back. Must have missed it, or the video I pulled up cut it. Was it not that? That is the keynote. They also did a live letter today. It was literally a live letter, but it was all Beastmaster. Like, the whole thing is like 2 hours of Beastmaster demo. So if you go to the Berlin Fanfest Day 1 live stream, that should already be up on YouTube. Well, no, I know it is on YouTube because we literally just watched it. I'll send you the link real quick. You can kind of skim through. It's going to be towards the end of it, but it is in there. very confident Beastmaster won't be as bad as Blue is. If nothing else, it's fresh. Yeah, I honestly have a lot more excitement and confidence and faith in what Beastmaster is kind of making comparative to, like, I like Masked Carnival. I think it's interesting. I really like the Crucible more. The entire idea of the Crucible to me is more fun than the Masked Carnival is. Oh, Shrathi, they also announced during Keynote that they're working on making it so that we can take our chocobos into dungeons. That's another thing. They're updating the chocobos, baby. But yeah. Roguelites are very fun. And I like longer roguelikes. I'm not necessarily like super into, but this is like the exact length of a roguelite, good lord, that I vibe with. But yeah, so that was the keynote and that was the live letter, people. Lots of good shit coming for 14. We got fucking upgrades coming to the character experience. We've got Evercold on the way, cannot get here quick enough. We've got confirmed Evangelion Alliance raid for fucking Evercold. We've got FF7 remake raids for fucking Evercold. The dungeons look amazing. The environmental artists and designers for 14 popped the fuck off for Evercold. Very exciting, very good time. Lots of good things coming our way. No, Jamie, no. Jamie, don't make me go into the sound settings. Very good. Oh god, there's so much. I mean, I literally spent like the first hour and a half of stream, if not more, sitting there hyper analyzing the damn extended teaser trailer. There's just so much good shit coming, and I genuinely think like 14 is in such a great fucking spot. It really is. It's doing so well, and it makes me very excited. Also, to the people who keep acting like every collab and every little thing that 14 does is some break glass in case of emergency thing, because I have been seeing that since this morning when the keynote happened, shut the fuck up. I don't think you understand what a dying game looks like, or a game that's in trouble. You've clearly never played a bad game. Like an actually bad game. Shut the fuck up. But anyways, yeah, thank you guys so much for being here today. I'm gonna probably go pass out again. I slept 8, came to do this, and then I'm gonna go pass out again, because that's my life now, I guess. Also, friendly reminder to those of you that are here, I will be out of town all week next week. It's not a fun out of town, though. All of the caretakers for my grandparents are, like, one of them just got her gallbladder removed, so she's, like, resting and recovering, and the others are fucking out of town, so I have to go up there and take care of my grandparents. It's not gonna be fun. I will be miserable, and I really will want to stream and not be able to. So fucking pick a god and pray for my ass. Next week is going to be very long for me. But yeah, just as a heads up, I will not be streaming next week. I am going to try and put up some YouTube shorts and things like that for you guys. but I also won't really have access to a laptop, so it'll be... I'll figure something out. But thank you guys so much for being here. Yeah, you just pull out of a collab with a company out of nowhere. It definitely isn't literal years of negotiation. Yeah, and FF7 was definitely long overdue. The minute that they released the bike, the motorcycle, as a mount, and then they data farmed out the Yuffie minion, I was like, oh yeah, we're definitely getting something FF7 with Evercold. Yeah, I was like, yeah, they're definitely careening towards this. And I think especially with the gold saucer update and everything, I mean, it's just like, it's gonna be great. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for joining me today. I want to go ahead and head out. But I love all your faces. I will see you in a week, and I'm so sorry that it's gonna be so long. But thank you guys for being here, and thank you for enjoying this game and everything with me. Also, pretty sure FF7 collab was more about the remake more than 14. Yeah, definitely. Sort of like the 16 crossover. Oh, for sure. Well, because Evercold's going to be coming out literally right before Revelation, which is the last remake. Yeah, I mean, they're absolutely using this as like a marketing thing. And it's the 30th anniversary, so like it all makes sense. This is not a break glass. This is literally like a normal marketing scheme. Oh man. But yes, okay, I love you all. I'm heading off to sleep. I love your faces. I will see you guys in a week's time. Take care of yourselves. Have a good week, and I will see you later. Bye bye.